Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate to see. Light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joy from season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
We invite everyone to rise for the opening prayer.
A Prayer for Our Earth by Pope Francis. All-powerful God, you are present in the whole universe and in the smallest of your creatures. You embrace with your tenderness all that exists. Pour out upon us the power of your love, that we may protect life and beauty. Fill us with peace, that we may live as brothers and sisters, harming no one. O God of the poor, help us to rescue the abandoned and forgotten of this earth, so precious in your eyes. Bring healing to our lives, that we may protect the world and not prey on it, that we may sow beauty, not pollution and destruction. Touch the hearts of those who look only for gain at the expense of the poor and the earth. Teach us to discover the worth of each thing, to be filled with awe and contemplation, to recognize that we are profoundly united with every creature as we journey towards your infinite light. We thank you for being with us each day. Encourage us, we pray, in our struggle for justice, love, and peace.
Manatili po tayong nakatayo para sa pambansang awit. Maaari nang magsiupo, mag-umpisa ng ating programa.
Good morning to all our students, delegates for the academies, speakers, and honored guests, and welcome to the Manila Times Student Empowerment Forum with the title Stand Up, Speak Up, and Move Up.
Magandang umaga po. Ako po ang inyong co-host ngayong umaga. Ang pangalan ko po ay Dafort Villaseran, Supplements and Special Projects Editor ng Manila Times. At kasama ko po si Ezra Raya, news reporter ng The Manila Times. Hello,
Thank you, The Fort, for having me. Napakagandang umaga at napakaganda ng venue natin for today.
At saka nakakatuwa na maganda ang turnout natin, na maraming mga naimbita at marami din ang nagsipunta. So I think we have a lot of surprises for everyone today. I hope mag-enjoy kayo sa ating mga speakers today.
Yes, The Fort, and later on we will be having the Manila Times senior reporter, Christina Maralit, on stage to moderate the fireside chat portion of our program, where we ask each of our 5 speakers today critical questions about their talks.
Pero hindi lang si Christina ang magtatanong dito, no? So we encourage all the students afterwards. We do have a microphone in the middle of the floor to field your own questions, to ask your own questions, so that our speakers may field any of your inquiries. So looking forward to
Speaking
that
of
later.
students, The Fort, marami pala tayong universities, colleges this morning.
Sino ba yung pinakamarami natin sa crowd ngayon?
Well, let's see. So let's hear from UP Diliman.
Do we have UP here?
A round of applause from UP Diliman. Okay, baka late sila, no?
Sino pa ang ating mga schools dito na... Well, we have the University of Caloocan City. Ayan.
Buhay na bahay. PUP.
Do we have PUP in the house? How about Miriam College? Do we have Miriam College? So Next is
Ateneo de Manila University. Sayang, no? Alma mater pa naman natin.
okay, and we also have Mapua University. There. Thank you very much. Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Hope Christian High School.
Very good. 2 tables. NU Fairview, do we have you here?
Gusto ko yung tumayo sila. Welcome, NU Fairview. How about NU Manila?
Magaling. And NU MOA? MOA? United sila.
Center for Educational Measurement Incorporated. Ayun, all the way in the back, but still heard from here.
And we have news, Emilio Aguinaldo College. We'd like to acknowledge your presence. Good morning. And Asia Academic Integrated School Incorporated.
Alright, thank you so much for acknowledging your presence. Sayang the 4 hindi natin nasabi na may premyo, yung pinakamalakas na palakpak, ano? Anyways, let's...
yan, biglang lumakas. Siguro wag na natin masyadong patagalin. Let's proceed with the main part of our program.
That's right, the fourth. This Student Empowerment Program Forum aims to provide students with the necessary skills, knowledge, and resources to take control of their own learning and make informed decisions about their education. Our speakers will discuss all of this and more. We also have inspiring young leaders here today.
Yes, we also will be discussing other methods of providing students with opportunities to be able to develop your skills. At the same time, we have speakers who would encourage you to be able to take on new challenges. That way, these things will help you in being able to foster a sense of responsibility and ownership over your own learning. And this can all be beneficial both in your academic life and in your personal lives as well.
All right, so let's not keep everyone waiting, DeFort.
Okay, so given that all our speakers will discuss, we will be having 5 of them, each with their own specific topics. But first, perhaps you'd like to introduce a certain gentleman.
Yes. Aside from being chairman and CEO of the Manila Times, he is also the chairman of the National Book Development Board. He hosts the Manila Times Roundtable, where he holds discussions with government officials, diplomats, and industry leaders from all over the world. He also hosts a regular talk show on business and politics on SMNI News Channel, interviewing key players in the public and private sectors. Students and guests, let's give a round of applause for Dante Klink and the second.
Sir Klink.
Thank you, Ezra and the fourth. I don't know if I should speak, na-intimidate naman ako sa introduction ni the fourth, but magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Sa ngalan po ng The Manila Times, allow me to greet some of our speakers this morning, Dr. Sebastian Ibanez of AIM, Mr. Ken Laron of Home Credit Philippines, Mr. Patrick J. Viril of Tata Consultancy Services Philippines Incorporated, and I think 2 others will be joining us soon, Brian Polio Manyares of Time Masters Watches, and of course the Office of Senator Grace Po, and Mr. Quentin Jose Pastrana of W Energy Power Pilipinas. Again, good morning and welcome to today's forum, Stand Up, Speak Up, and Move Up. I always look forward to our business forum that tackles youth events. You know, we at the Manila Times think of ourselves as a teaching newspaper. Perhaps some of you may know, the Manila Times also has a journalism school called the Manila Times College. However, during the pandemic, we had to consolidate our business and focus on our campus in Subic. So our programs in Manila had to move there. But this year, we had revived the Manila Times training program, basically, which is a certification workshop for young students, and I invite you to look out for those because we had a couple of programs this year, but in 2024 we'll look at ramping up that initiative. Of course, the ulterior motive there is to help us discover new talent who might want to work for the Manila Times. A number of students who graduated from the Manila Times College, we thought would be working for a newspaper, but they had gone on to work for the Inquirer, GMA7, ABS-CBN, Manila Bulletin. I know my students at Emilio Aguinaldo College before are now at the Philippine Star and elsewhere, which I think is just testament to how well we did our job at the Manila Times College. So this is part of that, to organize activities to help you navigate your careers after college. I know that when I was younger, that these kinds of events were helpful to me in trying to decide what I will do with my profession in life. I know you guys are very much looking forward to our speaker, so I'll be brief. Let me just mention a few things that because we fashion ourselves as a teaching newspaper, I invite you to read our weekly section on students, which is Campus Press, and I'd like to invite you to submit stories, features, opinion pieces, and others to that section, because the aim of that is really to help you get a byline before you graduate from college, and hopefully that will help you develop a better proposal when you guys are out looking for jobs. Let me just also mention that part of our topic today will be about the future, and this is always interesting because I remember when I was in college, many of the things that we had studied about journalism are obsolete today because of the rapid changes in technology. So it's always interesting what lies around the corner. And so we'll be hearing from the experts today, but let me invite you to also read our stories, not only in the print edition. Those copies will be at your tables today, but we also have digital platforms, and when I mean digital platforms, I'm talking about the website, a mobile app that offers you a digital edition, and of course a various number of social media platforms. I invite you to please like the Manila Times Facebook page, Twitter, TikTok. I think we've had almost all of them. So let me just end there and just say that this program would not be possible today without the help of a number of partners and sponsors, including of course Mapua University, SM Foundation. That's why a lot of NU students are here. I'd like to thank our special partners, INSPI, Jacob Cates, Clean Fund, Metrobank Foundation, Mikana, SM Supermalls, Tata Consultancy Services, our venue partner Sheraton Manila Bay, our media partners, SMNI News Channels, Rising Tigers, and of course the Manila Times TV. I hope you guys have a productive morning, and thank you.
Maraming salamat, Sir Klink, sa welcoming remarks. We shall now proceed to our first keynote talk. So our keynote speaker is a data scientist. He holds 2 master's degrees and a doctorate degree in computer and actuarial sciences. He served as a research fellow for the Philippine California Advanced Research Institutes under the Resilient Cyber-Physical Societal Scale System project. He was a senior lecturer and faculty at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is a part of numerous projects, such as the project for providing relief for healthcare providers in the country, using scalable, intelligent note-taking and teaching learning assistant. Students and guests, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Asian Institute of Management data scientist, Sebastian Ibanez. Let's please welcome him.
So good morning, everyone. So let me just check. Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the very generous introduction. So again, my name is Sebastian Ibanez. I'm a data scientist at the Asian Institute of Management. And today I'd like to present my talk on empowering students with data science. So that's actually me. Last week, I actually just graduated with a PhD in data science. Thank you. At the Asian Institute of Management. And I was one of the first PhD in data science in the country. No? Something interesting though about this is it's taken me quite a long journey to get to this point, right? So, question is like, how did I get here? So I'd like to share a bit of my journey in data science, and hopefully by the end of the presentation, I can convince you why pursuing a degree or even a career in data science might be something worth considering. Right? So this is a journey that's taken me about 14 years. So when I was reflecting on the title of today's forum, student empowerment, I've been a student for 14 years. That's quite a long time. Most people after undergrad, 4 years of undergrad, they're ready to work. And I was like, no, not yet. I think I'd like to stay. So just to share a bit, my background is actually in computer science. So I actually got a bachelor's and a master's degree in computer science from UP Diliman, right? And while I was in UP, I really liked the pace of the academic lifestyle. And a lot of my professors were actually pushing me to go abroad, right? Study abroad. All the opportunities are there. You should go abroad and then come back. Right, if that's something that you'd like to do. And so I applied abroad, and I had, a very unique opportunity to study at Columbia University in New York, one of the most prestigious universities you can be. And that's really where I was challenged. That's a lot of the skill ceiling there was quite high, and I think that was the first time that I felt that I was truly struggling to keep up with my studies. But after about 2-ish years, I decided to come back, and I actually applied as a data scientist at AIM, right? And it just so happened that after I joined, my professor and mentor, Professor Christopher Monterola, he is one of the school heads. He actually invited me to join their newly established PhD in data science program. So he came to me and was like, Basti, we're setting up this PhD in data science. We'd like you to join. I think you should apply. And I was like, I just spent so much time schooling. I'm tired of coursework, And then he said, it's free. And of course I said, where do I sign? So I spent another 3 years working on my doctorate degree and doing research, right? But really, what data science is, and if you actually notice my background, it's quite a few different courses, right? Computer science, actuarial science, which is really about insurance, applied statistics, finance, and then data science. It's quite a lot of courses, a lot of degrees. And if you actually talk to a data scientist in the field today and you ask them what their background is, they actually come from a whole bunch of backgrounds, right? Some come from physics, some come from math, some come from statistics, others come from business, right? But really, the core of what data science is, it's about using data to make better decisions. That's it, right? And all of the techniques, all of the algorithms, all of the fancy models, they all serve that purpose. And that's what separates data science as a field from, let's say, pure computer science or pure statistics or pure math. Right? Sorry, the clicker is not working. Next slide. Sorry, guys, technical difficulties. Oh, sorry. Okay, there. So one of the unique things about my journey, especially at AIM, is I actually wore quite a few hats. Right? So not only was I a student in data science, I was also actually a practitioner. That was my original role when I was hired in AIM. So a lot of my job consisted of talking with stakeholders from government, from industry, to work on their R&D projects, right? So a lot of technical work, but a lot of leadership work as well. So I would lead a team, and we would talk to our stakeholders what's your problem? How do we solve it? How do we leverage the data sets that you have, right? But also, uniquely, I was also given the opportunity to teach, right? So I always believe that teaching is always that last step to mastery. If you really want to master a topic, teaching is really the true test to see if you really know or understand what it is you're doing, right? So when we talk about a well-rounded education, I think my time at AIM really solidifies that fact, being able to teach, to participate as a student, and to be a practitioner, right? And there are other things that make AIM, the institution where I'm from, quite unique, right? So our program is part of the Aboitiz School of Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurship, and it's actually composed of 5 programs, right? So we have the Master in Business, Innovation in Business. We have the Master in Entrepreneurship. So these are innovators, entrepreneurs, that are part of the school, right? And they interact with a lot of the people in the data scientists. And so we have 3 programs in the data science track. We have the Bachelor of Science in Data Science and Business Administration. I'll tell you a bit more about that later. We also have the Master of Science in Data Science, which I would consider like our flagship program. It's where most of our students are. And of course, we have the PhD in Data Science as well. Okay? So it's that unique community that really lends to education, right? You don't just learn from your teachers, your professors. You also learn from the people you're with, right? And you want to surround yourself with people that are good at what they do so that you learn from the best, right? Now, special note, actually, the bachelor's degree in data science and business administration, it is our newest degree, right? It launched this year, and it's one of the first transnational dual degrees. So for some of you, I know a lot of you are from, taking your undergrad right now, but for those of you that are in high school and thinking about like what possible degree to pursue, you might want to consider this. After completing this program, you will actually get 2 degrees, one from AIM, so that's the BSDS BA. You will also get a degree from the University of Houston, our partner. So it's actually a US degree, and you may have the opportunity to study abroad and actually get a visa abroad if that's what you want to do. If you want to work in the US, that's actually one possibility. So special shout out to this degree. Other things that make AIM unique in particular is we have the fastest supercomputer in the Philippines that is housed in a business school. Okay? The only other supercomputers are located in DOST ASTI, but we have the fastest one. So a lot of data science work requires crunching of large data sets, requires a lot of compute power, and having this unique facility, I think, is really what it takes to take your skills to the next level, right? Not just discussing theoretical things, but also implementing things, with the latest and greatest technologies. Okay. Last thing I want to point out about AIM, and especially ASITE, the Aboitiz School of Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurship, is we were actually endowed with the single largest endowment to an educational institution in the Philippines, a $10 million grant by the Aboitiz Foundation. Okay. So it's really that community, world-class level of facility that really separates, AIM from its peers, not just in the Philippines but also in the region. Right. Now, let's go back to the beginning of my talk where I was talking about why data science, right? Why should you guys consider data science as a potential career? Okay. Well, let's start with top of mind. Data science is a skill that's in demand, right? So interestingly, about 10 years ago, an article was released in the Harvard Business Review calling data scientists the sexiest job of the 21st century. So that was October 2012. And the study mainly consisted of the Silicon Valley area in the San Francisco Bay, right? Now, fast forward 10 years, the same authors asked the question, is data scientist still the sexiest job of the 21st century? So that's 10 years later, 2022. And the answer was a resounding yes. I think it's clear that with the developments in AI, right, generative AI, if any of you use ChatGPT, data science is here to stay and it's just in demand. But let's put a little bit more, let's be a little bit more concrete with what that means in terms of your potential salary, right? So here's an example of what your salary could look like here in the Philippines. Okay? So on average, you can expect something like about 80,000 pesos a month. So that's not bad, right? If you go abroad, let's say you go to Singapore, right? That number almost quadruples, right, to over 300,000. If you want to go to the US, double that number. Okay? So these are the sort of salaries that you can expect if you want to build a career in the Philippines, or, right, demand for data science is growing all around the world, right? So if your dream is to go abroad and study there and work there, data science pays the bills. Okay, so that's one reason why you might want to consider a career in data science, right? But I realize that money isn't everything, right? Something that we also feel is important is purpose, right? Making an impact in the world. And so data science actually also lets you work on impactful problems. Okay, so I want to share a bit of the work that we do at AIM at ASITE. So here's actually an interesting problem that we are currently working on in our research lab. Okay, imagine if, so the title of the project is Automated Vehicle Assessment. So imagine if I took out a phone and I took a picture of a motorcycle. Could I get an automatic assessment of how much that motorcycle is worth in the secondary market, right? So we're actually working with a company, Unistar. They're the financing arm of one of the largest motorcycle sellers in the country. And one of their problems is it takes them so long just to assess like the quality or the state of repossessed motorcycles, and they'd like to automate this process. So can we leverage AI to do this, right? Something that we've heard from our partner is their mechanics are so well trained, they can actually listen to the sounds of an engine to determine like what the problem is, right? Could we use AI to do that? So this is a kind of problem that we're actually working on right now. Other problems that we've worked on before. So this is something that I worked on. If you guys remember, in 2019, Metro Manila had a water crisis, right? The level of Angat Dam reached below 160, and there were rotating shortages, right? People were lining up on the streets to get their water supply for the day. And you know, Manila Water, one of the two concessionaires in Metro Manila, they came to us with a problem that, you know, to avoid problems like this, we'd like to be able to generate forecasts, you know, long term, like 3 months, 6 months, maybe even 1 year into the future. So we actually took up the challenge, and we developed with them, together with them, forecasting models that leverage AI and data science to do this thing, right? To manage the water supply system of the Angat, Ipo, and La Mesa Dam system, which supplies about 90% of, you know, Metro Manila's water supply. So it's really important that, you know, they get the allocations right. So this is a old problem that's been worked on like a couple of years ago. The BSP actually came to us, and they were working on anomaly detection, basically looking for things that were out of place in documents by the banks that they regulate. Okay. So you can imagine 500 accounts given to a single person. Okay, just to put that in perspective, a person has to go through so many legal documents, so many submissions of documents. Okay, and it actually takes a person 20,000 man-hours per month to work through all of the documents that they have to work through. Okay. So with AI, we automated this process and got it down to 11 minutes, right? So these are the things that you can sort of expect to work on like in the field. And here are just some of the other works that we've done. Overall, we've calculated like a potential savings of $100 million US, right? And that's not a number that, you know, we just give out. It's a number that's been given to us by our partners. Now we ask our partners at the end of every project, you know, how much money did we potentially save for you? So these are figures that come straight from our stakeholders. Okay? And we cross a lot of fields, a lot of domains, no? Everywhere from agriculture to healthcare to manufacturing, you name it. Right? And these are some of the companies and organizations that we've worked with, over 60 at this point. And basically what I'm saying is that data science is a skill that really cuts across fields. If there is a domain that you want to work in, if there's a place that you want to work at, right? Banking, finance, energy, transport, healthcare, manufacturing. If there's anywhere that you want to work, data science is a skill that will lend itself to you well. Okay? And lastly, right, data science is something that lets you pursue your passions. I think that's something that we deeply care about, right? As individuals, not just the money, not just the impact our work makes, but can I do something that I want to do, right? And here are some of the works of our students. Okay? So our students, if you guys have been listening to the news lately, the latest PISA results just came out, and same as last time, you know, Philippines is at the bottom of the rankings, right? So that PISA data set is actually quite a comprehensive collection of surveys, data points, and our students, so they use the previous PISA data set, 2018, they analyzed, they crunched the data, and they were actually looking for ways to improve. Like, what are ways that we can improve our score? What are actionable insights that we can actually draw, right? And so actually the guy in the middle, I don't know if you can see him, Bastet, he actually now works, after graduating, he just graduated, he now works with EDCOM 2. That is the Educational Commission of the Senate and House of Representatives. Okay. And education was something that Bastef found very, you know, close to his heart. It's something that he really wanted to work on, and it realized that you don't always get, the highest paid salary in education, right? But now he gets to use his skills to work in that field and make an impact. And there are other things that our students work on, whatever they find interesting or whatever their passions are. So this one is smart targeting for cash aid disbursements. During the pandemic, the government was giving out cash aid, right, to families in need. And one thing that they wanted to do was they wanted to use AI to make it faster. How do you make a more intelligent targeting system for cash aid? And so maybe just to close my presentation for today, data science is something that's really allowed me to pursue the things that I want to pursue, right? Make an impact in my country, right? And of course, make a decent living out of it, right? So, I hope for all of you, right, regardless of what you choose to do, I hope that you can build a life and a career that you want, and more importantly, that you can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebastian Ibanez, for a very insightful talk using data to make better decisions. Thank you so much, sir. We shall now have our second talk. And later on, Dr. Ibanez will be inviting you back here on stage for a fireside chat. So prepare your questions, students. Our next speaker is an experienced marketing, brand, and communication professional with special interest in brand management, public relations, media, customer relations, and customer experience. He has 20 years of broad experience in strategic and tactical aspects of marketing, both in traditional and digital platforms. He believes in humanizing marketing by telling human stories beyond data. He previously served as director at the Public Relations Society of the Philippines and as director auditor at the Philippine Association of National Advertisers. Students and guests, let's welcome Home Credit Philippines Public Relations Head, Ken Lerona.
Pilipinas, magandang umaga! Yun, kaya naman pala eh. Yun. So, that's me. May buhok pa ako dyan. Ngayon, kalbo na. But I grew up in the public market. And this is where my story starts. This is where I first learned PR. Yung kanina na picture sa kabila, tindahan to ng lola ko. I grew up in a sari-sari store. Some 4 decades ago. And eto, pwesto to ng tatay ko sa palengke, where I practically grew. Maliban sa pagtitinda ng karne ng baboy, karne ng baka, I also helped my father sell rice, isda. No? Gumigising ako ng umaga, maagang maaga, alas 4, kaya hindi ako tumangkad. Dahil dyan, no? And nagbubuhat ako ng mabibigat na mga paninda, no? So, this is where I grew up, and this is where I first learned about public relations and, of course, marketing. Interestingly, in the public market, you will meet a lot of different kinds of people. People who are way bigger than you, literally and figuratively. People who may be like you. Doon ako nagkabarkada ng mga kargador, market vendors, no? Tricycle drivers, and such. Kaya alam na alam ko yung language nila. And there are also some other people that you will meet na akala mo mas maliit sa'yo. A lot of people, a lot of different people in the public market. Marami kang makakasalamuha doon. This tricycle here, I drove that when I was 13 years old. Wala pa akong lisensya nun, nasa probinsya. My father, after I graduated in elementary, had to fly to Taiwan to work as an OFW. Tapos, iniwan niya sa amin yung pwesto dun sa palengke. And walang magmamanage nun. And so, I was left, kasi ako yung panganay, I was left to take care of that small business. At wala ring magdadrive ng tricycle para umikot, no? kumuha ng mga buhay na baboy para prepare for the next day's market day. So, mas malaki pa yung baboy sa akin na hinihila ko, yung tricycle na to, dinadrive ko around our town. Para lang mataguyod yung negosyo namin at mataguyod din yung pag-aaral ko at ng mga kapatid ko. Thankfully, I got a scholarship from a public school, one of the best at that, in UP. Andito bang taga-UP? Wala? Wala pa. Okay, sige, wala pa yung mga kais ko. But because of the opportunity that I gained coming from this school, the doors were opened to me. Yumabang ako. Sabi ko, okay, sige. Because I come from Iloilo. Taga-UP sabi nila, pag taga-UP ka, magaling ka. Makakuha ka kagad ng trabaho. Right? And so I said, okay, I don't want to live a linear life anymore. I'm done with Iloilo. I want to go somewhere else and explore the world. And so I went to Cebu. Nung unang panahon, wala pa yung mga resume na ini-email. Maglalakad ka talaga, building by building, office by office. Bit-bit ko yung resume ko na nakatatak taga-UP. And then I realized, hindi pala totoo yun na taga-UP ka matatanggap ka kaagad sa trabaho. I experienced so many rejections despite that. And I flew here to Manila, and then I said, okay, sige, susubukan natin yung buhay dito. It was a long and challenging journey. And it was full of rejections and heartaches. I'm promising you, you will experience the same. So you have to prepare yourselves as well. Ito yung itsura ko around 2005, 2006. May book pa ako dyan. Pero bro, gutom na gutom ako dyan. Sobra. Hirap na hirap ako. Those were the years na taghirap ako dito sa Manila. And so, years passed by and umuwi ako sa amin recently. I took some pictures of the public market where I grew up. Look at the faces. Look at the skin. Imagine the smell of the public market. Imagine the noise, the sounds that you hear there, right? Sobrang sarap sa tenga, sobrang sarap sa tenga. What I realized after all these years, the public market is still in me. The public market is still inside me, right? And what I'm learning from all these years of experience, kung si Prof kanina, he's been in the academe for the past 14 years learning. Ako naman, in the past 40 years, nag-aaral din ako within the academe and also in the streets, in the public market, in the voices of the people that I meet, in the stories of the people that I hear. Let me quickly talk about what I do as a public relations head at Home Credit Philippines. Home Credit Philippines is a multinational brand servicing underserved and unbanked sector. No? So I'm sure you're familiar with Home Credit Philippines. You see them all over the malls, all over the stores. We have about 15,000 partners across the Philippines. And we are rooted in, we used to be headquartered in Prague, but recently Home Credit Philippines was purchased by a Japanese bank through its sister company or an affiliate in Thailand. So what we've done so far in Home Credit is we've reached more than 10 million customers in the past 10 years here in the Philippines. And what I'm really proud of is a program that I started when I joined the company in 2021. It's called Wais sa Nation. And this, we have this program, a radio program, which I anchored, just a 2 to 3 minute program over DZRH. And it's targeted to, guess what? Market vendors. market vendors, pahinante, magsasaka, mangingisda. It's aired between 4:30 a.m. and 5 a.m. Because I know that these people start their day really early. Ano pinag-uusapan dito? Basics of savings. Paano maiiwasan ng scam? Bakit kailangan natin na mag-shift into the digital platform na? Right? Sobrang basic. Pero ito yung kinakailangan ng mga tao. And we were able to reach about 20 million Filipinos during the run of the program. The program was on air, on ground, and online. And we were able to be relayed across 16 stations nationwide. What I'm really proud about is that across the years, in my second year at Home Credit Philippines, we were able to deliver 1.4 billion impressions. Ibig sabihin, nakikita ng 1.4 billion times ng mga kababayan natin yung stories natin about financial literacy, right? Which is really critical and important in a country such as the Philippines, where we are not really that aware on how to manage our finances. So to me, reaching people through financial literacy, empowerment, means bridging the gap, right? This is me, and I'm so thankful to the Manila Times for sharing my story some years back. And now I'm able to speak as well to thousands of people, talking about marketing, public relations, but most importantly, self-leadership and empowerment. And I'm really glad that I'm able to speak to audience such as you, coming from my background, where I came from, na parang hindi ko inakalang kaya ko palang gawin to at kaya ko palang maabot to. So, the question now is, my assignment really is not to be kwento about myself lang, but to help you find meaning in what you do, in deciding for your future. So, how do we make our professions as meaningful? Pero ang pinakamahalaga, sabi ni Prof kanina, data science, which leads to machine learning, to AI. So, anong meaning ng profession natin in the age of AI? Maraming natatakot, mawawalan tayo ng trabaho dahil sa mga AI na to. Totoo ba? Sige, try nating i-walk through. In the age of artificial intelligence, rootedness is very, very important. Rootedness is very important. And rootedness to our humanity is the key. Paano natin gagawin to? We have to start building empathy. Design thinking is about empathy, right? We experience what our fellow humans experience, which currently your artificial intelligence and robots cannot. So what do? Immerse, listen, walk, and live with people, whether they're like you or unlike you, but most especially, yung hindi nasa mundo mo. Dapat alam mo rin kung paano sila nabubuhay. Experience, experience, experience. And revisit your roots always. Ground your numbers in stories. Ang mga numero na nakikita natin, may istorya yan. Hindi pwedeng numero lang siya. May kwento ang bawat numero. So make sure that you ground your numbers, your technology, your strategy in stories. Stories are very important, most especially in this age of AI. So paano mo gagawin yun? Have conversations. Huwag mahiyang makipag-usap, makinig, right? Always initiate conversations, gaano man yan kaliit, right? Listen, walk their path, experience what they experience. And of course, as I said, always empathize. So, anong gagawin natin sa na-experience natin? Itatago lang ba natin sa puso natin, sa isipan natin? Not at all. Use that experience for you to be able to anchor your numbers, your data, your strategy to their point of view. Ang kwento nila ay hindi mo kwento. Kwento nila yun. Hindi pa laging kwento mo lang kinikwento mo or kung ano yung point of view mo ng mundo ang ikukwento mo. This is why it is really, 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 really important to see things from different perspectives. At magkakaroon ng meaning at sense ang kwento kung ang kinikwento mo ay nanggagaling sa point of view nila at hindi lang ng point of view mo. The Philippines is not only about Metro Manila. The world, or even the reality, is not only centered in your universities, however best they are. May napag-aaralan, may napupulot din tayong aral sa kalye, sa Pulumulok, sa Cotabato, right? Sa Mountain Province, sa Pampanga, sa Iloilo, sa Bacolod, iba-iba yung perspective nila. So use their perspective to enrich your stories. Be mindful of their realities. Hindi kesyo magkaibang generation nyo. Hindi kesyo tayong mga Gen Z, charot lang. Diba? Hindi tayo iba sa Gen X, Gen Y, whatever. We have to make sure na pakikinggan natin yung mga boomers. Kasi may sense din yung mga sinasabi nila. We are not superior kumpara sa iba. So let's open our minds so that we immerse in their stories and embed their stories in our world perspective. Speak their language. Diba? It's not always that sila mag-a-adjust sa'yo. Ikaw ang mag-adjust sa kanila for you to be able to connect with them. Right? Put down the barriers. Lengguwahe pa lang, sana magkakaintindihan na tayo. And be authentic. Be authentic. In the world of veneers, of filters, be authentic. In our work as public relations professionals, authenticity is the key. Dahil naaamoy yun ng audience mo kapag pinepeke mo siya. Naaamoy yun ng audience mo kapag masyadong curated yung content mo. Naaamoy yun ng audience mo kapag iba yung sinasabi mo sa nasa buhay mo. Okay? So be authentic. Siguro sa huli, what I want us to take away from this, talk is this. Use technology. Gamitin natin yung teknolohiya, whether it's, AI, social media, whatever, no? To enhance human experience. Use technology to enhance human experience. The fear that AI will take over and, agawin yung trabaho natin is, in my opinion, not really necessarily true. Because technology is there to augment our skills, to augment our capabilities. Reality is, if we talk about AI and embrace technology and, artificial intelligence, conversation starts now, we will be able to prepare ourselves to be more human. These technology will augment our capability so that we will have more time to live our lives, to be more humans, to love more of our fellow humans, and to experience humanity even more. With that, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Ken, sa mga pagbabahagi ng iyong mga kwento mula sa lansagan hanggang mula sa palengke hanggang sa lansangan ng artificial intelligence.
Very inspiring talk, the Fort, about building empathy and being authentic. Thank you so much, Ken.
Actually,
Lorona.
na-inspired din ako Ezra. Yung nakita ko yung pathway niya na hindi lang mawawala pag may mawala sa iyo, may mababalik din sa iyo. So kahit nawala na ng buhok, marami pa rin mga experiences and blessings na babalik sa iyo.
Oh, that's the price to pay.
So I think we shall be calling our first two speakers after we have our third and speaker for the morning. So we shall now introduce. So Our third speaker has served as the Project Development Officer for the National Council for Children's Television. He was also the Program and Communications Officer for the Ronald McDonald House Charities, and then he went on to be the Regional Officer for Oxfam Asia. He obtained both his bachelor and master's degree in media studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Students and gents, let's welcome the ASEAN Lead for Corporate Social Responsibility at Tata Consultancy Services Philippines Incorporated, Patrick J. Veril. Patrick, the stage is yours.
Alright, good morning everyone. Hello, okay pa kayo? Yes, alright. So, again, my name is Patrick Veril. I'm the Corporate Social Responsibility Head of TCS in ASEAN. So, I'm managing all of the corporate social responsibility programs in Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines in our organization, Tata. But before we start with presenting what we do in Tata to empower STEM, women in STEM, let's have a quiz first. Okay lang ba? Mag-quiz tayo. Because you are college students now and we hate quiz, but the first person who gets the most number of correct answer will get a prize from us. So, sir, okay. So, we'll be using Mentimeter. So, paki-open na lang ng inyong cellphone. Alright, quiz time. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide. There you go. Okay, so you can use the QR code or you can go to www.menti.com and enter the code
right minus wrong ba yan?
8682. Hindi naman. Okay, let me know if nakapag-enter na everyone. Alright. Ayun na, I can see that there are about 14, 15. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Next slide. Okay. So please enter your name. Okay, very important you enter your name so that we know. Okay, siguro better if it's student number, no? Para siguradong it's you. Okay. Okay, next slide. Again, kung hindi pa nakaka-join, nandun na sa taas yung instruction. Ayan, join at menti.com. Use the code 16688682. Alright, we have 77 players ready. Okay, ayan. So we begin in, I guess, 5 seconds. Alright. Ayan, 79 players are joining. Please join, guys, no? Ayan, 82 na. Alright. Okay, I guess we begin with the first question. Alright. Next slide. Okay, answer fast to get more points. Globally, only blank % of STEM workforce are women. So so you have to answer, is it 16%, 33%, 29%, or 48%? This is according to LinkedIn. Yeah. And the correct answer is 29%. Ayan. So globally daw, the number of STEM workforce that are women globally, according to LinkedIn, and also this came from the World Economic Forum research, is only at 29%. So you see the disparity of women and men entering in the STEM workforce. Okay, next question. All right, question number 2. Here we go. Next slide. Okay, in the Philippines, only blank % of STEM workforce are women. It's the largest gender gap in Asia Pacific. Okay, so ang choices ay 34%, 22%, 49%, or 61%. Okay. The correct answer is 22%. Okay, so ibig sabihin, in the Philippines, only 2 out of 10 actually are women in the STEM workforce. Okay? This is according to the World Economic Forum research. Right. Okay, next. So there are 5 questions, guys. All right, next question. Next slide. Okay, women comprise 4 out of 10 of STEM graduates, but only slightly more than 3 out of 10 were in the STEM workforce a year later. So, 4 daw out of 10 nag-graduate ng STEM, pero bumababa siya agad kapag nag-enter na into the career. So, is it true or false? Okay, the correct answer is true. Ayan. Okay, next. All right, question number 4. The percentage of women representation in the tech industry in the Philippines, according to the study of Boston Consulting Group, is 13%, 24%, 35%, or 46%. All right, the correct answer is 35%. Okay. Okay. So ayan. Okay, last question. This is this is our question naman about TCS, all right? So the next question is about Tata Consultancy Services. Okay. So let's go. In Tata Consultancy Services, women make up blank percentage of the total workforce in the Philippines. So we have around 6,000 workforce in the Philippines. So how many of them are women? 49, 24, 45, 33. And the correct answer is 49%. And then next slide. Okay, this only shows that in Tata Consultancy Services, actually almost equal yung number of women and men working in our industry in Tata. Okay, ang winner ay si 2023. 132,882. Ayan. So, okay, very good. So later, puntahan mo ako, may utang ako sa iyo. So we'll give you something from Tata Consultancy Services. Ayan. Okay na. Nabuhay kayo, kala ko ayaw nyo ng quiz. Alright, so I'll be presenting about how our organization, Tata Consultancy Services, actually empower more women to participate in STEM and in the IT industry. So for me, wala akong slide about myself, but I graduated from UP. Pero prior to that, just like I guess, sir, galing din ako sa slums area. You know, 7 kami magkakapatid, and my mom was actually labandera, tapos yung tatay ko ay houseboy, tapos 7 kaming kids. And I realized how important education is, especially yung access. Nagkataon lang that sinwerte ako that I graduated in UP, na kahit pa paano, sir, madali naman talaga din makahanap ng work. It was easy for me, I guess, to get the work then. But I realized how important it is to get to a good university, to be able to get a job the soonest as you can. Okay, so that's why I worked not just in an IT industry, but prior to that, I worked in the corporate social responsibility sa development sector, because I realized the importance na bata pa lang, meron ng access to good education. Paano natin maaabot yung good universities if you are studying? Like for me, I studied in mababang paaralan ng Bagong Baryo. And in high school, in mataas na paaralan ng Bagong Baryo. Ayan. So, yun. So, that's why I'm in corporate social responsibility. But now, I'll be presenting first about Tata Consultancy Services. So, TCS, I don't know if you're familiar. It's not too familiar here in the Philippines, but we are one of the global IT services companies in the world. You're much very familiar, I guess, with Tata. So Tata, it's a big conglomerate. Tata owns Jaguar car, familiar? Land Rover, yes. Tata also owns Taj Hotels in India. They own Air India. They own Starbucks in India. Tata Steel, Tata Motors, you name it. So Tata is a big conglomerate. And Tata Consultancy Services is one of those companies. So, next slide, please. Next. Okay na yan. Ayan. So, si Tata, next slide, please. Yeah. So, we are an IT services company. And currently, we have more than 600,000 employees across the globe. All right, so in 154 nationalities. We are located in 46 countries. That's why I am leading 4 of the 46 countries with regard to the corporate social responsibility. Ayan, so in the Philippines, we are here for 15 years already. And ang tawag dito, we have 65 customers, and currently we have close to about 5,500 employees. We have offices in BGC. We have 3 offices in BGC and 1 in Angeles City, Pampanga. Ayan. So, next. And so, how do we then empower? So, I've shared to you some details or data with regard to women in STEM and in IT. And we saw that there is a big gap in disparity with regard to that. So as an organization, Tata Consultancy Services, we have programs to ensure that women participate in the tech industry as well as in STEM. So I'll be sharing to you some of the programs that we are implementing in Tata Consultancy Services. Okay, so this one, it's fine, I guess. Next slide, please. Okay, so in FY 2022, we have touched the lives of 15 million across the globe. We have many strategic programs. We have on Bridge IT, Go IT, Ignite My Future, Youth Employment Program, and TCS Literacy as a Service. So in the Philippines, I'll be sharing just 3 of the programs that we are implementing. And I hope that the teachers are here so that you can also talk to me later and we can actually implement the programs that we have for your students. All right? Next slide. So the first one is Go IT program. This is an experiential and immersive program where students are given the opportunity to learn about, si Sir kanina, he mentioned about design thinking. So in our Go IT program, there are 6 modules wherein one of the module is design thinking. So the students will learn about design thinking, and after learning about design thinking, they will apply design thinking in identifying a problem in their community, all right? And then trying to ideate solution to solve that community problem. So Go IT program, we implemented this in Cordillera Admin Region as well as in Western Visayas. And students were able to come up with mobile applications that solves community problem. Ayan. So in Go IT program, so after nilang matutunan yung design thinking and application of that, the next part is for them to actually create their mobile application. So tinuturuan namin sila how to create a wireframe, a storyboard, and they would also know how to learn what's the difference between user experience and user interface. And then after, they create a prototype of their mobile application. So hindi ko mapakita yung video, but one of the samples na ginawa ng students from Cordillera Admin Region. Kaya, ako makahinga. This one, during pandemic kasi, nagkaroon ng problem with yung goods, yung mga vegetables in Benguet specifically. So ang problem doon is nabubulok yung mga vegetables because of the lockdown among many others. So the students created an application called ComStop wherein sa application na yon nandoon yung farmers, nandoon yung sellers, and nandoon yung mga tao that can donate. So it's like Ana Patricia Nuns Community Pantry, wherein there are different stations where they can get the free vegetables or where they can buy the vegetables. So they created this app, and it actually won in one of our Go IT Digital Innovation Fair. So yun. So that's Go IT program. So we've reached 2,000 students in Western Visayas. Na-cover namin yung Western Visayas, sir. And also in Cordillera Admin Region. Ayan. So this is Go IT. So for those teachers here, please let us know if we can also conduct Go IT in your schools. Ayan. So the next one, next slide please, is Ignite My Future. This one is for the teachers naman, wherein we teach them what computational thinking is. Because according to the World Economic Forum, one of the critical skills na dapat matutunan ng bata so that in the next decade, may mga jobs that are not available now but will be available 10 years from now, and they need these specific skills. At yun yung computational thinking skills. And in this program, what we do is we teach teacher how to integrate computational thinking skills sa curriculum, sa K-12 curriculum. So we again partnered with Western Visayas Department of Education in implementing this across the region as well as in Cordillera Admin Region. So yun pa lang yung mga regions that we have covered for this program. Next, please. And lastly, this is why I'm here. We have TCS Sustainathon. We have a booth right there sa likod. But TCS Sustainathon is basically an ideation competition. It's like a hackathon competition for students, all right, for college students, especially you guys. And the topic for this year is empowering women in STEM. So we've shared to you some details with regard to the disparity of women going to the STEM workforce. So for this year, this is the theme for our TCS Sustainathon. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is a global initiative. So this is not only happening in the Philippines, but this is happening across the globe in South Africa, in United Kingdom, in Singapore, Malaysia, you name it. So nirarun siya everywhere. Actually, in the last TCS Sustainathon, tawag dito, the winners in the Philippines competed in the ASEAN finale. So we flew them to Singapore, wherein they competed with the winners from Singapore, mga taga-NUS, and also from Malaysia. So yung representative from the Philippines were from UP, and they won second place as well. Nag-first place yung Malaysia. So yun. So for TCS Sustainathon, again, this is a global initiative. So I want you guys from the college to try and participate in this one. Next. Ayan, so for this year's TCS Sustainathon, we're partnering with big companies like Alaska, Universal Robina, Converge, and SAP, as well as partnership with DICT, with CHED, with the Indian Embassy, and LinkedIn in Asian Development Bank. And our media partners as well are the Manila Times, Daily Tribune, and Business World. Okay, next. Okay, so these are the challenge statements. Pwede nyong puntahan yung booth namin later to know more about the challenge statements. But I guess the most important part is the next slide. Next slide. All right. So if you want to participate, the top 3 winners will get the first prize will get 150,000. The second prize will get 100,000, and the third prize will get 50,000. If you are able to submit your entry up until January 11, so you still have a month to participate. So I know that there are many schools here, and I hope that you will participate and share to us your idea on how can we empower women in STEM. All right, so please go to our booth to know more about the details of that. Thank you. Okay, next slide. Ayan, so thank you very much. Again, my name is Patrick, and wala akong masyadong input with regard to myself, except that let's always think about other people. I work as a development worker for the past 12 years already, and I always look at the possibility of how we can help more, especially those who are in the early grades, to succeed in their careers. And I hope that you guys would pursue your passion. It's very difficult to, especially during college, no, when sometimes inisip mo if that's the really course that you want to pursue, even if in your fourth year already. But I hope that you can see in the meaning of what you're doing, just like what I do. I found meaning in the space of development work because I've experienced it, as mentioned by Sir. I've experienced growing up poor, and now I'm here talking to you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick. Could we
Patrick
invite you
J.
to
Villar.
remain on stage, please?
Yes, please. We invite you to get comfortable on stage as we call on two of our speakers earlier, because it is time for our favorite
Fireside chat.
session, the Fireside Chat.
So this is where we have the question and answer portion. First from our beloved Christina Maralit.
Yes, the Manila Times senior reporter Christina Maralit will be our moderator, and we'd like to call on Dr. Sebastian Ibanez and Ken Lerona to join our fireside chat for
Welcome
a more
back on stage.
exciting discussion. Now again, for our students back there, the first three talks we've had today were very interesting. I'm sure it sparked your interest as well. So if you have any questions, please approach the mic in the middle of the room. And now,
You can start. The floor is yours.
all right, Christina, the floor is yours.
Ayan. Again, I'm Tina, and good morning to our mga poging-poging speakers. Very, very interesting talk from earlier. So my first question is for Sir Basti. Yan. Sir Basti, I'm sure you've picked the interest of our students no, in going into data science. But what about those who are like me, like mid-career professionals? Ma'am Blanca, don't worry, hindi ko po kayo iiwan sa Manila Times, nagtatanong lang po ako. But for mid-career professionals, do you think it's still feasible for us to make that shift, to go down that data science route? How challenging is it, or how easy would it be for us? Kasi gusto rin naming maging sexy katulad mo, kasi sabi mo sexiest profession. Diba?
So that's actually a really good question, though. So the data science program, we actually have 3 data science programs. So we have a bachelor's one. That's really for high school students. We also have a master's degree, and I think that's really where we see a lot of our career shifters, right? And we get people not just from hard quantitative backgrounds. We get people from business, psychology, communications, and they actually come to us and they tell us that, in our organization, I work with a lot of data, but I have trouble, communicating it to my bosses, even though I have like good insights from it. And really, we service those types of people. So career shifting, definitely something that was actually the original vision. No, data science was something meant to upskill a lot of the people. Now, in terms of like the difficulty, I won't sugarcoat it. It is difficult, but it's definitely doable. Right? If it's something that you really want to pursue, it's something that we've seen people, succeed in, definitely.
So, Ma'am Blanca, huwag ka mag-alala, hindi kita iiwan. Kasi yung difficulty daw, okay na po akong magsulat pa rin. Okay na po. Ayan. So for Sir Ken naman, kanina kasi yung sa story mo of how you started and everything, it was so interesting. Tapos sabi mo nga, yung sa generations, no generation is superior than the other, whatever. Pero ang common conception kasi sa generation now, Huwag kayong magagalit sa akin ha, magkakabatch lang tayo. Di ba sasabi ng generation, sasabi parang snowflake generation, madaling mag-give up, madaling umayaw, madaling ganyan. So, what's your advice to the young people na at the slightest inconvenience or yung sa konting, when things don't go their way, they tend to parang move on to the next or whatever. Like they usually lose their focus. What's your take on that? What's your advice to the younger generation?
Sige, hindi ako mag-advise sa younger generation, pero kakausapin ko yung older generation. Why are you calling the younger generation snowflake and such? Right? Pwede namang i-automate yan eh. Diba? So, the thing is, we often label another generation based on our point of view. Kaya sinasabi ko kanina, dapat alam natin yung point of view ng iba't ibang generation. So, what I'm saying is, the realities of the previous generation and this generation are different. And so, we have to make sure that kung ano man ang tinatawag natin sa kanila, akma doon sa realities na yon, sa environment na yon. Kasi those so-called na nasa earlier generation, kailangan talaga nila maghirap, mag-pump ng water, make a fire or whatever, di ba? I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course. But right now, with just a click of a button, you can automate everything and you get everything easily, right? Does that make this generation weak? I don't think so. There are a lot of other struggles of this generation that the previous generations wouldn't have had experience or wouldn't have had any idea at all during their time. Imagine facing climate change, facing skyrocketing prices, inflation and such, insecurity of job. I mean, we don't know what will happen after AI, right? So why are we judging this generation based on the realities of the previous generations? But my advice to this generation is toughen up. A fellow Gen Z asked me recently, so it will get harder as I grow older. Yes, it will grow harder as you grow older, but what will happen is that you also grow tougher. Because as you experience things, the more that you will understand that you can't do anything about it anyway. So ang motivational quote natin ay, sumuko ka na lang. But reality is, as you go along and you learn, you become stronger and you become better. So, yun, toughen up lang.
And nothing comes easy naman talaga. We really have to work for it.
Wala.
Diba? Kaya,
Wala.
Diba? So, for naman, Sir Patrick, kanina you've mentioned that Tata has already partnered with DepEd Western Visayas and another region, I think. Yeah. So, are there other initiatives that Tata is conducting or is about to roll out, particularly in partnership with the government, to narrow the gap, particularly pagdating sa women in STEM?
Okay. Yeah, so with regard to our Go IT program, this is a partnership with the Department of Education and it will be rolling out in all of the regions. So yearly kasi we have one region to do the program. So last year we went to Western Visayas and prior to that we went to Cordillera Admin Region because we want to make sure that all of the divisions in that specific region, makover namin. So, in the next this coming year, we'll be going to Northern Mindanao as well as in Cagayan Valley to implement the Go IT program. And again, we have the TCS Sustainathon that's being rolled out right now, and I hope that you guys will participate to it. Thank you.
Ako po, may question po ako sa ating mga gwapang speakers. Kasi we've talked about yung STEM, digitalization, AI, and whatever, and particularly, ano ba yung, totoo ba yun yung yung general impression of when it comes to sciences, numbers? Kasi ako personally, that's why I got into journalism, kasi talagang may phobia ako sa numero. I think marami sa atin ang dito, di ba? Kaso ang nangyari po, pag may briefing sa Malacanang, ang madalas na guest, mga economic managers ng administrasyon, they talk about numbers. Ako nakatanga na lang po akong ganun para okay. Di ba? So how do you get rid of that phobia, that fear of, especially with this generation, when it comes to numbers, sciences, and whatever? How would you encourage yung ating generation ngayon?
So I think yung phobia of numbers, I think it's really about perspective, right? It's, are the things that you're looking at aligned with what it is you want to do? Because we're willing to suffer, we're willing to do the hard things if we think it's worth it, right? So just to add to what Ken said earlier, yung about toughen up, diba? It's really about choosing your hard, right? Choose the hard things that you want to work on because they are the things that, that you will really spend your time on. So working with numbers, working with, in my case now, working with data, I think it's something that can be empowering, and that was sort of like the point of my presentation that, if you can really understand, if you can get over that hurdle, diba? It can really empower you to pursue the things that you want to do, right? Live the life that you want to live, build the career that you want to build. And that's really, and make sure that you know what you're working for.
Okay. Ako, I graduated in development communications. But right now, I'm working as corporate social responsibility. So sa akin naman, on my end, I love numbers. Because in the numbers, there are many stories, as mentioned by Sir. How many of the students have impacted because of the program that we are implementing? How many have we reached because of the programs that we are implementing? So those are the numbers that I love to get, because these are the numbers that show if our program is actually working for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Ako naman, nakakatakot yung numbers. Ang dami kong bagsak. I mean, I took my stat 3 times. I took my algebra 3 times. I took my calculus 3 times. So, ultra PhD na ako sa math. So, but look, my job right now is all about numbers. Despite, the perception that PR is just about storytelling, but as I mentioned earlier, there are stories in numbers. And para hindi kayo matakot, takutin niyo yung numbers. Totoo yan. But the thing is, if you, as Prof mentioned here, if you just choose your hard, but that hard will no longer be as hard if you love it, if you make sure that you understand it. Di ba sa pag-ibig nga, lalong sumasarap ang pagmamahalan kapag mahirap mo siyang nakuha. And there's actually fulfillment when you're able to solve, using numbers, using the maths, using data science. Kakatapos ko lang actually ng course ko sa isang subject sa AIM also on data science and visualization. I mean, I don't have any background on programming and such, but it's really so fulfilling when you're able to finish your notebook and tell a story out of the data that you're able to use machine learning models to parang understand. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, if you really like what you're doing and you put yourself into it, hindi siya nakakatakot. Matatakot pa siya lalo sa'yo kapag tinapangan mo yung sarili mo.
Yeah. So I feel extra brave right now na. Anyway, do we have questions from our audience? Kasi nakita ko yung mga estudyante natin, you're very attentive and talagang, digesting every word that our speakers are saying. Meron tayong microphones dyan. So,
Tina,
don't be
maybe
shy.
we can make it like a kind of competition. Let's see kung pasiklaban ng mga eskwelahan.
Ay, oo. Sige.
Pagandahan ng tanong at baka tingnan
oo.
naman natin kung gaano katingkad.
Sino ang matatapang?
Gaano kabrilyo ang mga estudyante ng bawat...
Sabi nga ni Sir Ken, you have to toughen up.
Yes,
So
please
we have our
approach the mic.
microphones there. Please approach.
Ito na yung choose your heart. Ito na
So,
yung...
Yes.
pagandahan ng tanong, pero wala tong premyo, no? It's
Palakpakan
just,
lang.
Bragging rights.
Bragging
ganyan.
rights.
I'm
So
better
please
than you,
state your name
Better
and
than
your
Ateneo.
school.
Ayan.
Hi, hello. Hello. Hello po. Hello, my name is John Mendoza. I'm from National University Mall of Asia campus. So my question will be for Mr. Ken Lerona about the AI. I'm also a public relations of our school art publication. So now my question is, in this age of digital connectivity where AI is rampant nowadays, I would like to ask your perspective that in the long run, do you think these kinds of technologies we inhabit in our day-to-day lives can lead to us people being technology dependent?
Hirap naman ng question na yan.
Bragging rights nga, bragging rights.
Parang contestant number 1. But anyway, No. I mean, how do we define dependency? Dependent naman talaga tayo sa lahat ng bagay, lalo na sa teknolohiya, diba? I mean, is it bad? The question is it bad? No, not at all. Like when we wake up in the morning, we open our phones. Even while we're sleeping, we use technology to regulate temperature to give us better sleep. When we open the shower, we use technology to clean ourselves, cook our food, da-da-da. So many things that technology is doing for all of us. Is it bad? No, not at all. If AI, as it gets into our lives ngayon, will it be so bad? I think the perspective here is let's talk more about it and understand more technology so we will be able to enhance it to serve its purpose, which is to augment our capabilities. At the end of the day, and dami ko na at the end of the day, nabilang yun na yun. But, what I'm saying is, it's not so bad at all. Responsible use of AI is what I advocate for. A lot of our peers in the academe are also advocating for. Kasi kung hindi natin siya napag-uusapan ng maaga at hindi natin siya inaral at hindi natin siya naggamit ng maayos, baka may mga rogue forces na gagamit yun ng masama which can damage us, as humans. But if us as students, as practitioners, use it to improve our lives, then mas maganda siya yung kalalabasan niya. Wag lang natin siyang gamitin as GPT to do my thesis or to do my assignment. Come on, you can do better than that. So no, it will not damage us at all.
So do we have another question? Huwag na po kayong mahiyaw. Okay, there we go.
Hello po. My name is Mirai Miyakawa from Mapua University. And my question is for Sir Patrick J. My question is, how does your company prioritize different areas of CSR in its operations across ASEAN, considering the diverse social and environmental landscapes of the region?
Ang gandang question. Thank you for that wonderful question. All right. So, TCS, our vision is to empower the people in the community, and we do that by providing opportunities in the digital economy. Since we are an IT company, so our focus is more on digital economy nga. What we do is of course, we study the countries wherein we're operating. So we're studying, like for example, in Malaysia, if you're below poverty line, we call it B40. It's different in Thailand as well. It's different in the Philippines and in Indonesia. Even the Ministry of Education and the Department of Education that we're working in, different siya. So very important that you contextualize the locality. You should know what are the current gaps in those countries so that when you implement the programs that are aligned to the vision, it will fit to the country itself. So I hope that I have answered your question. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question po is for Sir Ibanez. How do you see data science in the future, and what are the possible challenges do you think data science will face?
That's a really good question, though. I think data science is intricately tied with AI, so artificial intelligence. So just a quick show of hands, though. How many of you here have used ChatGPT? Talaga lang? With all of your homeworks? I think that in education, it's one of the battlegrounds for AI right now, though. With tools like ChatGPT becoming more and more accessible, right? And with our younger generations being much more technically adaptable, no? There's sort of like an arms race happening between the educators, the teachers, and the students, right? So policies like, should we allow ChatGPT in our classrooms, right? For homeworks, to augment our homeworks. That's a tough question that we need to ask ourselves now. And as educators, as professors, as teachers, we have to keep up with the times, right? I think that's one of the big challenges about data science, about AI, is figuring out the role of AI tools in the classroom, right? So as I mentioned earlier, no, PISA results just came out, right? Philippines is still lagging behind so much of our neighbors. What should we do, right? And now new technologies like generative AI, they're coming, to affect our classrooms. How's the best way to utilize these tools to improve us, to propel us forward? Tough conversations, and you need a lot of expertise, and you need a lot of smart people working on the problem to really put a dent on it. So I think that's one of the big challenges in data science, in AI.
Thank you, sir. And for my last question, for Sir Ken Lerona, what are some of the important skills and qualities do you look for in becoming a head of public relations?
I think, lakas ng boses ko. I think the World Economic Forum recently released, the top skill sets that, are needed as we move forward in the age of AI. If you evaluate them really closely, it's more of the skill to be human. It's about empathy, listening, critical thinking. Those are the most important set of skills. Kasi, my point of view kasi always is when people talk about AI as a threat to us, it diminishes, it actually looks down on the capability of humans to be at the peak of everything. Those machines will not work without humans. You prompt ChatGPT to deliver an output. You input something, you program something so that those machines can work, right? And it requires a lot of critical thinking, a lot of communication. I was watching a conversation from Singapore last night, and it talks about, how humanity is needed in the age of artificial intelligence. It is actually the machines, they said in that conversation, will not work without humans because machines can't feel what we feel. It can't experience, for now, can't experience what we experience. It knows a dog is a dog, but it doesn't know that that dog is a cute little puppy who loves you so much, right? And even our industry na pinapasukan na rin ng AI with so many articles dumped into the net every day generated by AI. I mean, it's really hard to connect with humans if it's written for the bots and not for humans. And humans will detect that. So at the end, bottom line of what I'm saying is be human and make sure that you keep that humanity in you as we navigate the new age of artificial intelligence.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
I'm Ashley from Emilio Aguinaldo College, and my question is for Sir Lerona. And as you've discussed about AI is interesting, but we know that Philippines is not as advanced as other countries when it comes to technology. So I would like to ask the AI technology landscape in the Philippines, and what are the efforts to keep up with other countries in that aspect?
Okay, that perception is not true. We are not lagging in terms of technology in the Philippines. We actually have one of the best in the world. And I just saw data that we are among the top 10 users of artificial intelligence across different countries. So that perception actually we need to change because we have some of the best data scientists in this part of the world seated in front of us. And as mentioned kanina, AIM has a really good program. The University of the Philippines is the best program. I think it's one of the first in the country to have the PhD in robotics or something to that effect. So we are not lagging. It's just that we have to make sure that we are aware of where it is. What I propose is that as students, you do research on artificial intelligence and similar technologies dito sa Pilipinas more than in the other parts of the world. Bakit necessary ito? Because the context of technology, that we have is mas akma dito sa bansa natin, right? And the purpose naman of technology is to serve, what we need and to improve our lives, augment our skills. And by developing more interest in that, by having more conversations on the technology that we have and our capabilities, we make sure that we tell more people. We get them to be more interested, and the more interested they are, the more that they will do something about it. And they are going to, I don't know, maybe mag-aral, you can always do Udemy, you can always do whatever, or attend workshops, and attend conversations such as this to further enhance our capabilities in technology, ang perception ko is you don't always have to be hands-on. Sabi nga ni Prof. E, yung sa AIM, you don't need to be the one really doing the programming. Partner with a really good data scientist so that you can tell a good story that can be the basis of your I don't know, maybe an article, a program, a campaign, or maybe a business strategy, or doing something for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. So let's angkinin natin yung sa atin, di ba? And let's not look down on what we have, because we have capabilities, and we make sure that we also uplift yung mga kung anong meron tayo. Thank you.
Thank you.
May magtatanong pa po ba?
My name is Basil Santiago po, and I'm from NUMOA. And this question po is for Sir Sebastian po. What do you think is the role of data science when solving a certain SDG or Sustainable Development Goals? Or is data science important in solving a certain SDGs?
So definitely, no. Actually, something that we do a lot in our projects is we do have some administrative work where we actually look at our projects and we map them to specific SDGs. So we always do that practice to make sure that when we communicate what it is we're doing, it aligns with not just the stakeholder wants, but what is the vision of the school, right? And to make sure that our branding is on point in terms of we are working on top problems in the world right now. So definitely, SDGs are things that we look at. Yeah.
Thank you po.
Hello, good morning. My name is Angelo Jordan Burden from PUP Taguig. And this question is for Sir Patrick J. Veril. So you have mentioned earlier the theme of the Sustainathon, which is empowerment of women in the IT industry. The question is, what are the main reasons as to why women are not empowered in the IT industry? And are there any instances of deprivation of opportunities in career or education? If yes, is it something rooted to their performance or just on their gender?
Okay. Ang ganda ng question.
Candidate number one?
Candidate number. But, so, there is a framework called leaky pipeline. All right. And in the leaky pipeline, it talks about the different barriers that the women encounter from early grades up until nasa career na sila ng STEM. What are these barriers? So maraming barriers why they do not pursue a career in STEM. It can be about confidence with regard to math and science, early grade. We also have some gender biases, especially the older generation wherein, like for example, my mom, hindi siya pinag-college. She was a salutatorian in Catanduanes, but my mom did not pursue a career in college because sabi ng dad niya, mag-aasawa lang naman din siya, so hindi siya nag-aral. Alright, so there are gender biases, barriers, tas yun nga, self-confidence, and also role models. Very difficult as well to get more role models that are women in STEM. Question ko nga kanina, ba't puro kami lalaki dito yung nagsasalita? So I guess we need to invite more women to talk here and inspire our younger generation that there are actually opportunities for women in IT industry. So I know that there are stereotypes with regard to the IT industry, that it's a men's world or even in the engineering. But again, courses, they don't have gender. like colors. So you can, even if you're a guy or a girl, pwede kang mag-take ng IT or STEM. Yeah. So yun, you can look at the leaky pipeline. It's everywhere. And it discusses there the different barriers why women do not participate in STEM. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And the questions keep coming.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Angeline Horace from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. And I wanted to ask this question to Dr. Ibanez. And yeah, first and foremost, I really do value the importance of education and certifications, especially in the tech industry. But as someone with a PhD in data science, why do you think some HR professionals tend to prioritize candidates with specific certifications or diplomas? And what are your thoughts on the criticism that such requirements may lead to overlooking highly skilled individuals who may not have formal credentials?
It's a really good question, though. I think that it's really, when you dig down into what the problem is, it's really a signaling problem. There's an employer who's looking for people to hire, and then there's you, the employee or the job seeker. And we need ways for job seekers to signal to employers that, hey, I have the skills that you're looking for, right? And certifications are kind of like an easy way, an easy hack to get that. Now, is that the only way, forward? Is that the only thing you can do? The answer is no, right? There are other ways that you can sort of demonstrate your skills, your value to potential employers, right? In data science, something that we teach a lot of our students, and when we make sure that they always do this, so while you're in the program, is to document everything and to make everything known. So we actually encourage our students, okay guys, I'm going to give you guys a homework, it's a project, okay? But as part of your submission, I'm requiring you to post it online, on your LinkedIn, on your social media, write an article, write a Medium article to help build your brand. Right? So while you're working through our data science program, you're also building your portfolio, right, of skills. And to be honest, the projects that you work on, they trump any sort of like professional credential that you can get. Like working on real problems and solving real solutions and being able to communicate that is really what I think good employers are looking for. Okay.
Thank you for that, sir.
But can I add, sir? All right, so because I'm also part of HR. Tapos, of course, we're talking about talent acquisition as well. Of course, but certain companies, they require certain skills, especially on certification, because there are requirements of the clients that need that specific certification. So may mga languages, for example, that you should understand para magawa mo yung trabaho. So I know that there are many certifications that are necessary, but of course, the employers are also looking for someone that can, alam mo yun, pagdating doon, kaya niya na because he or she knows the specific language na kailangan niyang i-work on, like SAP, like, Python, whatever. So these skills are very important. So I guess for data consultancy services, we specify some of the skills that are necessary. Of course, we want to help you. So in thesis, for example, we have so many certifications that you can enroll once you are in, if you want to pursue a different career within TCS. But yeah, very important that you have those skills at the start, especially if it's a requirement by the client. So I hope you understand. Yeah.
Sir, can you have some input?
Yep. I just want to build to what Prof just mentioned about personal branding. And yes, I went through that, assignment of doing data science and posting on social media and get likes. And it's really fun. I don't know how to code, but because of this class, I was able to do my Python code, whatever. But it's critical that we remember, even as students, that we already start building our personal brand, because your future employers will look at your profile and your potential to deliver and your potential to adapt to the realities and needs of the work environment. how do you build your personal brand? It's not just about, trumpeting what your achievements are, but it's really creating a story that you can talk about. So, what is that? Probably attend workshops like this. Congratulations for attending this seminar. Also, look for free resources online. It can be on LinkedIn, it can be on Udemy or whatever, and make sure that you take those mini courses. In the past, you needed to fulfill a full degree, but right now, education is a little bit more convenient because it's stackable. So hindi mo kailangang linear yung paraan ng pag-aaral mo. Pwede mo siyang i-stack at your own time, at your own pace, wherever. And then, with those certifications or mga na-attend mong mga seminar, mas ma-enhance mo yung personal brand mo and your attractiveness. Second, outside of the classroom or outside of the training environment, do volunteer work. Because volunteer work will teach you so many skills, leadership, pakikipagkapwa-tao, empathy, and such. Nakasama dun sa top skills na sinabi ng World Economic Forum na needed natin for us to move along in the new order. So build your personal brand, but it's not just about trumpeting, but it's actually getting into the core na meron ka talagang maikukwento.
Ayan, thank you po. Bale, dalawa po, personal branding and volunteer work. Yes, thank you po.
So, sirs, with everything that you've said regarding her question, our employers now, our companies now, like they're doing away with the biases now. You just have to come from a certain blue, green, or maroon school, or because we're looking past that now. Hindi na kasi 'di ba before, graduate ng certain blue school, green school, ito automatic accept. But now, 'di ba? Iba na yung panahon ngayon.
I think the good talent acquisition managers, the really sharp ones, they realize the truth that a person is not defined by what school they went to, right? It's really about what their skills are, what works they have done, their accomplishments. Can they deliver real value when I recruit them? I think these are more important things than the branding of your school.
Ayan. So do we have more questions from our students? Ayan, meron ulit.
Hi, I'm Jenny Merida from Emilia Aguinaldo College, Manila. Our program, AB Communication, also covers the public relations topic. My question is for Mr. Ken Lerona. We all know that PR plays an important role in translating the needs of the organization. My question is, how can we utilize digital platforms for the most effective strategy and tactic in promoting the institution?
All right. That's a favorite question all throughout kapag PR ang pinag-uusapan kasi maraming nagkakalat ng fake news sa PR, sa digital, diba? And is it something that we can do something about, right? Yes. Because PR is rooted in authentic relationships. PR is rooted in the goodness of your brand, your entity, to your stakeholders. You can't always say na pini-PR ko lang to or chinichika ka lang to, and that's PR. PR is more than that. It is making sure that your system, your process, the core of your business is actually geared towards the common good, right? And it's not just about taking profit or not taking value, but it's also creating value so that you build that sustainable relationship with your stakeholders. Digital is just a platform to tell your story. And relying just on digital can be detrimental also to your public relations programs. Because if you look at the Philippines, it's sobrang lawak niya. May mga areas na effective yung digital. Pero wag nating kalimutan, may dyaryo tayo, may radyo tayo, may television tayo, meron tayong below the line or on-ground activation na yung mga CSR activities natin doon nangyayari. So, we have to make sure that we have a balance of the platforms that we use and make sure that the stories that we tell are authentic and they give value. It's not always just about chest thumping, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. It's about ano po yung kailangan nyo, paano po tayo magtutulungan. And that's the best story that you can tell, whether on ground, online, or above the line. And on the digital sphere naman, always speak the truth. Always anchor your stories on the truth.
Thank you so much.
And with that, very interesting FAR chat session. So many interesting questions from our students. We're down to our last question, and before we take our short break, so please.
Good morning po, everyone. My name is Nadine Kia, and I am from AAIS.
Okay, sorry. Last two questions. Okay.
My question po is for our first speaker, Dr. Sebastian Ibanez. So, I've heard po kasi na lahat po ng, for example po, gagawa po tayo ng isa pong improvement, for example, gagawa po ng building sa isa pong agricultural na place po. And then, we've heard po kasi na hindi ka po pwedeng gumawa ng something na bago nang hindi ka po nakakasira. And since data science po yung usapan, and data science is about it combines principles and practices from the fields of mathematics, statistics, artificial intelligence, and computer engineering to analyze large amount of data. My question po is it possible po ba in the near future na makagawa po tayo ng technology na hindi po tayo makakasira ng environment towards po, na for example, gagawa po tayo ng isa pong building. Possible po ba na hindi po tayo makakasira ng environment, and if it's possible po, how far are we into that po into the future?
So thank you for that question. Though. I think it's definitely something that's super important, sustainability, right? It's one of the key issues now. And maybe Ken and Patrick can jump in on this to answer this question as well. But I think in my mind, sustainability is something that should always be upfront. When you're building a project, a data science project, right? If it's regardless like what industry, whether it's agriculture or manufacturing or energy or whatever, always when you're starting that project, you should keep sustainability in mind. Like how do we minimize wastage of resources? Because we don't want to, we don't want to just create more problems or create more pollution down the line when it's not needed, right? There are a lot of things that happen, not immediately. Sometimes the effects of, wastage happens 5-10 years down the line, and we want to avoid that. So putting it up front, putting sustainability on top of mind when you're working in data science, I think it's super important. But maybe my co-panelists can answer as well.
Sige, I'll attempt to answer that. Before my current job, I used to be in the real estate industry, and that company was a multi-awarded sustainable developer. And yes, it is possible that we build something without ruining the environment, and a lot of data is used there. So we have this green building standard here in the Philippines called Verde, and it measures the efficiency of your energy and water usage, among others. And there's also the global green building measure called LEED, and the same principle. You make sure that the energy usage is efficient. One interesting thing that we studied there is the path of the sun. The path of the sun. So, paano ba umikot yung araw sa isang araw sa isang buong taon? And the shadow cast, and the slant of the sunlight, pinag-aaralan yon to make sure that the building is designed, architecture designed and positioned na mas konti yung pumapasok na init pero yung natural light pumapasok siya. Also, data on water usage. Ginamit din namin yun to make sure na the fresh potable water has a different pipe versus the gray wastewater which we recycle to water the plants. So, maraming numbers ang ginamit doon and maraming models ang ginawa doon to make sure na efficient yung building. Ibig sabihin, it's doable. It's And it has been done. The building is called Aria Residences in BGC, and it's one of the most expensive, but most expensive only because the demand is so high. But it's really one of the most celebrated residential green buildings in the Philippines because we use a lot of modern sustainable technology to ensure sustainability, to ensure water efficiency, energy efficiency, and mas maaliwala sa pamumuhay para ma-provide natin yung creature comfort without damaging the environment. And it's possible. Marami rin gumagawa niyan dito sa Pilipinas.
Let me add as well that businesses right now, like for example TCS, meron na kaming ways to what do you call this, to get kung kami ba ay carbon neutral, for example. So there are many policies that are available because we are signatory of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, yung country, no? And because of that, there are many policies relevant to what you were saying about sustainability. For TCS, all of our buildings are carbon neutral, not just here in the Philippines, but well as in the other countries in India, for example, and in other countries in North America as well as in Europe. So again, as mentioned by Sir, there are technologies now to ensure that at least we lessen the carbon that are being emitted because of the activities that we're doing. So yun, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you po. Ayan. Unfortunately, we have to cut our discussion for now. Very interesting for our chat session. Very interesting questions from our students and very insightful answers from our speakers. Pero meron po tayong part 2 ng ating for our chat session later on. Again, Sir Ken, Prof. Basti, Sir Patrick, maraming salamat po.
Thank you also, Tina, and to our speakers. May we request that you remain all on stage as we welcome our President and Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Blanca Calilong Mercado, to give you some tokens of appreciation for the time that you shared with us today.
In behalf of CircLink and Ms. Blanca, we are truly grateful for your being with us today. Patrick J. Baril, Dr. Sebastian Ibanez, and Ken Lerona. We hope this flake of recognition and this token of appreciation make you feel and give you an idea of how thankful we are for your gracing us with your presence. Thank you once again, Asian Institute of Management Data Scientist, Dr. Sebastian Ibanez, Home Credit PH Public Relations Head Ken Lerona, and Tata Consultancy Services PH Incorporated ASEAN CSR Lead Patrick J. Viril. Maraming salamat po.
Palakpakan po natin sila.
Palakpakan natin sila. Very, very insightful discussion, the fourth.
All right.
What a great way to begin our morning. And
actually, I think the next part of our program is one of the most anticipated. In fact,
yes,
hindi na yata nakahintay.
Oh, marami na nang kumakain sa kanila eh. So, we've learned a lot from our speakers, so maybe we can let them break for lunch.
Actually, that's the next segment and the most important perhaps for many. Bon appetit, enjoy your lunch.
Our fourth and final talk will resume at 1 p.m. and we will have our third and last fireside chat after that at around 1:40 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready, ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready, ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joy from season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15-feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always the time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Paskong Selasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang
Paskong Selasyon!
Maligayang
Constellation. Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay!
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I am a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season, one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15-feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always a time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Pasko Instalasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang Maligayang
Constellation. Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls, celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season, one and all, celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15-feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always a time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Paskong Selasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang
Paskong Selasyon!
Maligayang
Constellation. Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay!
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see. Light up your Christmas with giant trees. Dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be. Perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season, one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15-feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always a time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Paskonstelasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang Maligayang
Constellation. Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay.
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
Come on and celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas, celebrate, celebrate Christmas, celebrate Christmas. Big bright malls for all to see, light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls, celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joy from season one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15 feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always the time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Paskong Selasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang
Paskong Selasyon!
Maligayang
Constellation.
Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay!
So this is thanks, man. I hope you got a preview of it. Yeah, you're in. Okay, thanks. Hi, yes, I'm Tintin. Nice to meet you. How are you? This is our CEO. Hi, how are you? Yes, very nice meeting you. Lovely meeting you. Thank you very much.
All right, Ezra, I think we're about ready to start.
All right, it seems like everybody enjoyed their lunch, and now we will resume our program. Welcome back to the Manila Times Student Empowerment Forum titled Stand Up, Speak Up, and Move Up. Our next speaker is a highly accomplished and multifaceted individual with a master's degree in climate and society from Columbia University and a PhD in public administration. He has completed programs at prestigious institutions such as Wharton, Stanford, MIT, and the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. He also took part in the Conference Diplomacy and Multilateral Negotiations program at the United Nations in Geneva. He is a leading figure in technology and innovation, known for his entrepreneurial spirit and contributions to the industry. He is a member of the Blockchain Council of the Philippines. Throughout his career, he has been recognized for his leadership and contributions in entrepreneurship, public service, and innovation. He has dedicated his life to making a positive impact in various fields for betterment of his fellow countrymen. Students and guests, it is my pleasure to introduce the founder and CEO of Time Master Watches and the Chief of Staff of the Office of Senator Grace Poe, Brian Poe Lemanzares.
Brian, the stage is yours.
To Mr. Dante Ang, who I believe went ahead, I'd like to greet him as first and foremost, and then my good friend Blanca. Thank you so much for having me here. Dr. Sebastian Ibanez, I believe he just went ahead, and of course Mr. Ken, you were able to hear from him as well. Mr. Patrick Veril, sir, and my seatmate, Mr. Quintin. You'll be hearing from him shortly. And of course, Attorney Arlene Borja. Ladies and gentlemen, students, and members of the Academe present today, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It is an honor to speak to you all today. Maraming salamat rin sa Manila Times sa pag-imbita sa event na ito. It has been said that a great leader is great if he plants trees to provide shade not for himself, but for the next generation. Dahil ang kabataan ay ang pag-asa ng bayan. Tama? Ayan. I just wanted to check if you guys were awake kasi everyone's eating. I'm sure you guys are tired na. But you have a good lineup of speakers, so hang in there. Konti na lang. So this is an opportune time for me to discuss the concept of intergenerational ethics. It means that the humans of today are morally obligated to future generations to aim for environmental sustainability. Or in simpler terms, we must create a better world for the next generation. You guys, do you feel that the previous generation left you with a better world or a worse off world? Who believes that the previous generation left them with a better world? Raise your hand. Who believes that the previous generation left them with a bunch of problems? Raise your hand. Some of you are shy pa. Guys, I know that I'm going to say our generation, no? I'm going to say our generation has been left with a lot of problems, but I believe that our generation can overcome it. Who here is Gen Z? Gen Z. Gen Alpha. Do we have any Gen Alpha people yet? No? Or are you just shy to admit that you're Gen Alpha? Ayun, so everyone's talking now. The reason why I'm asking is because my sister is Gen Z, and I cannot understand half of the things she's saying. I want to believe I'm not that old yet, but sometimes the speeches and things that I talk to her about, it's just not giving, if that's the right use of the term. But allow me to demonstrate with a simple sprinkle of statistics how big our population is. Does anyone know how many Filipinos there are in the Philippines today? Did one of the previous speakers say how many Filipinos there are? Because I can hear some of you saying like 100 plus. That's a good guess. So, last I checked, we're at 117.33 million Filipinos. And that's a massive environmental price tag. We drain about 2.1 billion cubic meters of water for our 25 million households to drink, bathe, and cook. For rice alone, the average Filipino consumes about 32 kilograms of rice. Anyone want to guess how much liters of water or how many liters of water it takes for 32 kilograms of rice? Anyone? And no one? No one wants to guess? No one wants to be fearless and take the stage? All right. It takes 4,000 liters of water for your 32 kilograms of rice. The average amount of water you need a day is 3 to 4 liters of water. So can you imagine, just for rice, you're consuming that much water already. Another 132 billion cubic meters of water flowed through hydropower dams. But the bigger chunk of our energy needs continues to be fueled by coal and petrol. In 2021, we burned literally mountains of coal and pumped 89 billion barrels of oil to rev our engines. And where there's smoke, there's usually fire. We exported 130 million metric tons of greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. It's no wonder, therefore, that the average Manileño inhales the equivalent of 2 cigarettes per hour. Well, that, of course, that's if you're standing outside and you don't have all these purifiers and you're not in Sheraton Hotel. But even the clothes on our back have an environmental price tag to pay. Imagine a plain white t-shirt costs about 2,700 liters of water and pumps CO2 into the atmosphere. A pair of denim jeans uses 3,781 liters of water and generates about 33.4 kilograms of CO2. Are you guys familiar with FPJ? All right, good. I'm glad they teach this in your history classes. Or either that or you watch too much Ang Provinciano and Batang Quiapo. Or you're a Coco Martin fan. Either way, the signature look of FPJ is denim on denim, which you will probably never catch me wearing. But denim on denim means double the price tag in terms of the amount of water it consumes. That's about 7,000 liters of water. So you can see how generationally we're changing. You know, my lolo would be in denim. I'll be in barong. You know, it's a little more sustainable. But I like to believe we're on the right track. Obviously, a lot of the practices from before aren't sustainable, and we have a lot of people to consider. What do I mean by we have a lot of people to consider? Every minute, and this is not your fault, and I would like to believe it's not your fault, but every minute, 3 babies are born. Right? So, which means there will be about 45 newborn babies by the time I'm done speaking, depending on how long I take. But annually, this compounds to about 1.3 million additional Filipinos that need water to drink, food to eat, and electricity for their homes. But the question is, what kind of world are we going to leave behind for them? These are the concerns that inspired me to write A Sustainable Future. A Sustainable Future being my book, not a research paper that I use for college or for my doctorate. But it does not only reiterate the problems that we know, because you guys know all the problems, but it's a question of what are the solutions. What are we talking about today in Congress or in the Senate that will hopefully solve the problems of the next generation? I won't tell you what it is because you have to go to the National Bookstore and buy a copy. But if you follow what we do in the Senate, I'm sure you'll be able to see some of that work, because it must be pursued. It must be pursued by a network of individuals. You're all here from different schools. I heard we have people from UP. Who's from UP? Yeah, we have one. Ateneo. No one? Really? Okay, that's kind of sad. Well, I'm from Ateneo. LaSalle. All right, so none of the Conyo schools. All right. UANP. Yeah, talagang wala. All right. UST. Wait, Mapua. Ayan, Mapua. Did I not call your school? This is high school, no? Or college? College, okay. Enderon, any chance? See, so now I know which schools are concerned about sustainability and leadership, no? But yeah, FEU, UE, any NCAA or UAAP schools. NU. Adamson. Any Adamson? No, Miriam. Across the Friendship Bridge, Miriam. Hope Christian High School. PUP. Yeah. A lot of our staff in the Senate comes from PUP. Yeah. You guys are reliable. University of Caloocan. All right. Okay, I was just in Caloocan like 2 weeks ago. You guys are the best. So much energy. No, but the reason why I'm asking where you guys are all from is because I want to know where the next generation of leaders will be coming from. No? The whole point of gatherings like this, I hope you're not just talking amongst your schools. You should be talking with the other schools also to make friends or possibly boyfriends and girlfriends. But let's not get into that. Because it's the Burmonts. Anyway, so going back to this, the whole reason why I brought this up is because it's very important to create a network of young leaders. Why? Because all the challenges that we face in the next generation cannot be solved by any one person alone. That's the mistake we make whenever we have elections. We always pin our hope on one politician or one person. But that one person alone will never be able to solve the problems of 117 million Filipinos. It will take the effort of the entire country. And that has to be led by the next generation of leaders who hopefully will work together. No? And this vision is contained in the final chapter of my book. And that's about the green agenda and how it can be pursued by a single group. It must be pursued by a network of individuals with the same unyielding vision of a greener and more sustainable future for the Philippines. And why do I bring this up? Because I've worked with a lot of sustainability groups. And one of the problems that I've come across is that they don't seem to agree on a lot of things or work together. They seem to work in their own groups on different advocacies, but not centralized in a single uniform manner to push for what they want. And I'll give you a really good example. We're divided on waste to energy, right? Some people don't want waste to energy because they don't like the idea of incineration. Other people want waste to energy because it takes care of mounds of trash and provides energy for a country that needs the energy. How many people here are for waste to energy? Waste to energy. How many people are against waste to energy? How many people have no opinion? All right, I should have seen most of the other hands go up then. But the point is, we shouldn't be divided. If we want something to happen, pick a side and then unify behind it, because Congress and the Senate will not listen to you unless you have a unified voice. Because it is our job to represent a constituency. But if the constituency itself does not know what it wants, how are we supposed to listen, right? So the point is, unify behind the agenda that you want for the country. And make sure to bring as many of your fellow students and fellow youth leaders behind it. Basically, as I wrote in the introduction of my book, the COVID-19 pandemic gave us time to reflect on the economy and direction of the country. But the question is, will we use this time to build the roadmap to a better tomorrow? That is a question that our leaders must answer, not only in words, but in action. And when I say leaders, I don't just mean elected officials. I mean you yourselves are leaders in your own community. And you should be asking yourself, what is the direction that you want to take with your lives, with your education, with your group of friends in leading the country? So that is a question that we must not only put on our political leaders, but also for those in the audience, because politics is too important to leave to the politicians alone, especially when the world is at stake. We can work with them or hold them accountable, but we can never yield ground to them. As former US President George W. Bush said, it is in individuals working together who constitute the real strength of nations. Quote, we all have something to give. So if you know how to read, find someone who can't. If you've got a hammer, find a nail. If you're not hungry, not lonely, not in trouble, seek out someone who is. Join the community of conscience. Do the hard work of freedom. That is my call to all of you today. Join the community of environmental conscience and do the hard work of freedom from climate anxiety. Join me in pushing for the green agenda and in building a sustainable future for the Philippines. Kayo ang bagong pag-asa ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay at maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Brian Paul Yamanzares, for a very inspiring talk. Thank you so much. We'll be inviting you back here on stage for our second fireside chat.
Thank you very much also for giving us reasons and motivating us to stand up, speak up in order to be able to move up. And now for our final speaker, he's not only someone who is an accomplished gentleman in many fields, but he's also a very good friend. He is the chairman of Archipelago Renewables Corporation and Maharlika Clean Power Holdings Incorporated. He is the head of business development for Weed Energy Global, which leads in clean, reliable, and affordable energy solutions. He graduated with degrees in business, international relations, and creative writing from the universities of Georgetown, Cambridge, and Oxford, respectively. He is the founder of the Library Renewal Partnership, which has helped build over 1,000 libraries across the Philippines and even overseas. He is also an author of 3 books in poetry and prose. And he was named among the US ASEAN Business Council's Young Leaders. Students and guests, it is my pleasure to introduce to you We Energy Power Pilipinas Incorporated President Quintin Jose Pastrana. Quintin, the stage.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Dante Ang and Blanca and Duff, for example, for helping bring together this wonderful conference with student leaders. The academe, and more importantly, what, as Brian alluded to, the hope for the country. Now, the good news is, I'm so happy to note that, as Brian alluded to, that none of the Konyo schools are here. Very little of them are here. They're the minority. So let me just ask you a question, just to test if this is truly a Konyo school, a gathering, or a very true leadership cadre of good schools. I was once at my alma mater, the Arneo, and basically, I had asked them. I had given the same talk, and I asked them. Ladies and gentlemen, please indulge me, and I'll ask you the same thing. How many people want to become CEO, president, head of your startup, your bank, your institution? Tell me, does anyone have a leadership example? The companies you want to go into, do you want to be the president? Do you want to be the Senate president? Do you want to be the bank president? Do you want to be the CEO? Yes, I see a lot of hands. The second question is it's going to define you. How many people want to be the president, CEO, and be promoted within 6 months to a year? That means I'm going to look at hiring you for our company. Because the funny thing is, when I tried this in the Arneo, in Loyola Heights, everybody raised their hands. They wanted to become president in 6 months to 1 year, which in the real world is practically impossible, even if you are the daughter of the owner of the company. So I'm really happy to note that, as we employers like saying, grit and resilience and hard work is alive and well. You will not be able to get anything in this world unless you work for it and you apply the values. So I was going to share with you a story because, as with Brian, I also used to work the Senate. I was a Senate staffer before for the late, great Senator Raul Roco, who I think is represented here by people from San Beda also. And at the end of the day, what he told me was that the best way from a speaker's lips to an audience's heart is through stories. So I'm going to tell you a personal story, building on what I've learned the hard way to get to where I am today. So I'm going to start with this presentation, and this is going to be a nice leadership talk with some important TMI details for you to learn from. Now, one of my alma maters is also a Conyo school, the original Conyo school in Makati, in Dasmariñas Village, called Colegio San Agustin. But it's a great school because we have a great patron saint. And one of the important things about Saint Agustin, or San Agustin, is that, like many of us, he wasn't the most decent, diligent, and honest person in the world. In fact, he was one of the most well-loved rakes, or what do you call it? One of these people who like to cause trouble in his youth. But he grew to become a saint because he learned to use his weaknesses as an important part of his strengths. And that is what I'm going to share with you today from my example. And one of the things he left us with is this quote, that hope has two beautiful daughters. Their names are anger and courage. Why anger? Because you have to be angry at the way things are. You cannot be complacent. Bawal ang kampante. As Senator Rocco used to say, hindi pwede ang pwede na. Secondly, you have to have courage because anger alone is going to become impotent. Anger alone is not going to get you, it's going to get you sick. Anger has to be channeled into action. And that courage is the lever that will drive it into action. So a saint like this, who is our patron saint, a very good role model in the sense that he came from very bad to very good in a lifetime, had a lot of lessons, and now has a legacy that informs all of us today, including these words. Now, this is a picture of the Grand Canyon. This is a trip I took many years ago when I was in business school. And you'll see on the upper right side, there's a gentleman there. He wasn't committing suicide. He was just contemplating on what life was because he was having a hard time. He just came from medical school, and then he just got into Stanford Business School, which is one of the top schools in the world. But he didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. And we and my best friends took a trip to the Grand Canyon, down and up. And because of that journey and making it so hard and contemplating on life, we were able to find out the answers. And you should do that every now and then. Take a pilgrimage, go outside Manila, learn from the hard way. Look at your life as an up and down journey. That gentleman now, he's my best friend, is Ray Alimurong, who is actually the head of Lazada and now works with the Gokong Way Venture Capital Fund, one of the most successful fintech entrepreneurs. I'm happy to invite him here. Blanca will have him. Ray and Daph and I know each other very well. Went to school together. And now he's one of the most successful people. But that's because he lived a life where he questioned himself, went down, and then went up. The question of San Agustin was, in Latin, is mi quaestio factus sum, which is, I have become a question unto myself. And if many of you here are so sure of what you want to do in life, I strongly suggest you get away from that, because anybody who figures out what they want to do now, at this age, even me at my old age, is going to be into trouble, because you have to learn that you don't know everything. And that is the first step towards a leadership journey. Now, I'm going to cut short your really leadership curriculum by offering a few books for you to consider reading. And the first is Resonant Leadership. That's a book that you can buy on Amazon.com, or you can go do on Kindle. It's easy to get. And it teaches you 5 steps. Number 1, self-awareness. Knowing that I don't know everything. Number 2, authenticity. Being honest to yourself. Panindigan nyo ang kalooban nyo. How are you true to yourself? In an age of social media, very difficult to do. Everybody is trying to put on a game face, a happy face, even if they're not. How to be authentic in this digital age is the challenge of our times. Empathy, or malasakit. Do we really care for other people? Do we really care about the use of public funds? Do we really care about people who don't have the opportunities that all of you have in school? Relationship management. Are we good at our neighbors? Do we treat the waiters, our kasambahay, or senators with the same empathy and engagement? And finally, social awareness. Mulat ba tayo sa kahirapan natin dito sa Pilipinas, where it's a 16 to 17% poverty rate, which is lower than at the time I was working in government. At the time I was working in government, it was 30%. And that means out of the 117 million people that Brian has talked to about, you're roughly talking about 20 plus million people, if at the very least, who are poor. And at the end of it, that is unacceptable, especially when you look at our regional neighbors like Singapore, even Indonesia, even Thailand, where the poverty rate is single digit. So unacceptable when our neighbors do not have it. So this is a good book to talk about these 5 things. The next one is, because I'm a literature graduate also, is this book called What Poetry Brings to Business. So my professor at Oxford, Dr. Claire Morgan, worked with the University of Michigan Business School to see that poetry, like art, is actually a good business tool. Because art teaches you uncertainty. When you look at a piece of art, you know it moves you, but you don't know why. When you read a favorite book, whether it be from Wattpad or Patricia Evangelista's new good book, you try to understand why it's a good book. And because you're searching and searching for meaning, you have the tools to become inquisitive, empathetic, and good in terms of working with people. And that is what poetry does. And this is a good book to also read. The third one is one of my favorites. It's from a old... Are you familiar with the Brothers Grimm? The fairy tale books? The funny thing about fairy tale books is what you'll realize is they actually contain most of the lessons that we need as adults. They are just disguised as fairy tale books. And there's a book called by Robert Bly called Iron John. Talks about the journey that people have to go through. Your journey is not going to be easy. Once you step out of university, you're going to have a lot of heartbreak. You're going to have a lot of disappointments. And that is going to test your character. And this book will teach you how. And because I read that book early on in my life, I'm still alive today. I will share with you how. Now, with those books in mind, I want to show you how they apply. Because everything you have in your life is about theory and practice. Theory and praxis. And here's how I'm showing you how I live my life. And here's how the things you can learn and things you can avoid doing that I did that you can learn from me now. And the quote I want to share with you is about love. And love is something we always love to hear about and do. But the great philosopher and writer Khalil Gibran said that love is work made visible. And that is exactly what it is. It's not romantic feelings. It's not nice motherhood feelings. It's about working towards something you are good at and you could be good at for others. So this is me when I was a kid, very precocious kid, a mama's boy. It wasn't that way for long because I turned out, as I chose my outfits when I was in Halloween, I chose the most evil outfits. That was a prelude to things to come. That was me in my grade school picture in San Agustin. And guess what? I was elbowing the next guy, who's now a rock star, by the way. He hasn't forgiven me yet. But you could tell I had a learning disability, and what I knew 30 years after, I was diagnosed with ADHD. And some of you may have it. It's not a problem. It's a superpower. You just need to know how to handle it. But I had it then, and back in the 80s, where many of you were not even conceived, I already had that problem. I didn't know what was going on. I had terrible grades. Typically, if you watch a lot of these sitcoms, the ideal sitcom about the co-ed sitcom where girls are going out with guys. I mean, those who went out to high school remember Fast Time at Ridgemont High or all these things. They're basically learning about San Agustin because that was a really good school to learn about life. Then I went to university in Ateneo where I was friends with Daph. And basically, I won't say who, but one of these guys there who got into vices, and all of us didn't make it after college. And so we lived hard. We lived the way we thought we wouldn't have tomorrow. We lived like there was no tomorrow, and some of us did not make it. And so I woke up with that moment and said, what am I doing with my life? Why am I throwing all this good blessing away? So I basically took the first job that was available to me because I had bad grades, and there was only one guy who took a chance on me, who's like my father figure, the late Senator Rocco, who was the strictest boss in the world. The word, have you ever heard the word sinasabon ka palagi? Which means that, because you're always trust me, the people who do that for you, especially your teachers, they are the ones who care a lot about you. Because if they weren't angry, as they would tell me, that means they wouldn't care about your growth. And I had a lot to learn. My first job was the hardest job in the world. I was in a lot of the informal settler communities. I was sent to Mindoro for a campaign in Batangas. I did not know how to drive a car or whatever, and even do a campaign. I spoke Tagalog more poorly than I do today. And I learned the hard way. And that was me stirring coffee, putting a recording, doing the really menial stuff, not the Ateneo guy who wanted to be president in 6 months. And then I worked my way up. I worked on an oil rig off Houston. I learned to do manual labor and work for an energy company. Then I got promoted. I was, in Washington, D.C., doing what Brian was doing in terms of looking at public policy, learning how to help problems from the ground up. And because Washington, D.C., we copied a lot of that system, I learned a lot about how public policy gets made, which is important to you even if you don't want to be in government. And then thankfully, my grades got better. I paid attention more, and I was given a scholarship to the University of Cambridge. Not Hogwarts. This does look like Hogwarts, but at the end of the day, I learned a lot. And in universities like that, like the good universities you have, it's not about what you are doing. It's about how you are thinking and how you are applying that thinking. That's the most important thing university will tell you. And in my case, it wasn't about learning, but it was about learning to apply. I had a learning disability. I needed to know how to overcome it. I know I'm not alone. I wasn't alone. So I had to learn how to help people who had the same journey. And that was what education does. It teaches you how to become more empathetic. And because of that, I go back to my alma mater, San Agustin, and then San Agustin used to say, "Tole lege," take and read. I started reading again. I started doing a lot of things. This was the library at Oxford University, which is like Hogwarts. And in a place like that, I felt, why don't Filipinos have a lot of that? We're here, we're always in Starbucks, it's so noisy, we can't concentrate. That's probably why we're not happy with some of our politicians, because we're not making the right choices, right? And at the end of the day, it shows that people need a quiet space to learn. And that, I think, was my cure for my ADHD. It wasn't the medicine, it wasn't the meditation or whatever I went through, it was a quiet space. And there my life was built around that. So basically, I went through a lot of journeys. I was in Bloomberg for a while doing media. I became a startup entrepreneur. A few of them failed. A few of them did well. I got into agriculture. That failed very badly because I didn't know anything about agriculture. Nagpanggap ako naging farmer, but I didn't work. But I learned from that failure and went into something else, which is energy, which is close to my heart, which, as Brian mentioned, is going to be the one that moves us into a sustainable future or not, depending on the choices that we and our policymakers make. So now, I'm in the energy sector, and I'm helping build small microgrids across the Philippines. These are small power plants, like little Meralcos around Palawan and the provinces, that are helping energize communities, lowering the crime rate, increasing things, even building libraries. So what I'm using is my learning disability to work on empathizing with other people who have those difficulties, working in government, and now finding a solution. And that's really the key of what's happening to me. Now we're building these solar installations around the country, from schools like FEU, Pan Pacific University, if many of you are here. We're doing Colegio de San Agustin again. So at the end of the day, and the St. Louis University group, we're actually working with them, and we're just trying to apply good science to pain points. Because as you know, your electricity prices, like even this hotel, are going up. We're expanding around the region, which is now we're receiving a lot of success. Okay. And in Palawan, you're going to note that Palawan is the area. If you're going to migrate somewhere, Palawan is a good place to go, because Palawan happens to be the last frontier. It has all the nature, the tourism, all the things you want. If you want an afam, you can go to Palawan. if you want to have a quiet life away from those people, you can go to Palawan also. The bottom line is, many of us have moved to Palawan because it is the last frontier. But it's also a place where you can become the best of you can be. But the thing is, it has not a lot of good electricity, so we're there to help. And that's why all these stories are coming together. Now, for the libraries, the good news is, from one library in Caliboclan, now we have 1,400, and we're actually working with the Manila Times for that. And a lot of this has to start with the fact that if you know what the pain point is because you personally experience it, it keeps you up at night. You know that you're not alone. And if you focus on that pain point, you will develop the new app, like this one that's helping us build libraries across Southeast Asia. You're going to find new inventions that will make money and are going to help people. So, all these libraries have come in there and out of there. And at the end of the day, to me, it comes full circle. This is basically a tribute to my mother, who had the most malasakit in taking care of a kid who was super magulo, super makulit. And while she has passed away because of Alzheimer's, her memory is still with me, because what she taught me was the value that I'm trying to impart to you, which is don't worry about the journey. Be true to yourself. If you understand your pain points and the things that are limiting you, note that that is not the only thing that you can stop with. You can actually help other people by solving your own pain points for others. So as I close, I want to ask you 3 questions based on my story. Number one is, what is your journey? Where do you want to go? Number 2, how will you write your story? And number 3, how will you start? How will you start today with what you have? And so as I end, I want to share with you the story of Raul Rocco, who left his story with me. And this is a painting by Cesar Legaspi, our national artist. Does anybody know who Cesar Legaspi is? If you can Google it, he's one of our most prominent national artists. Now this painting, which is all in green, is painted by a national artist who was colorblind. Because what you don't know, what I just found out before, was that Cesar Legaspi, our master of colors, was himself colorblind. And so when Senator Rocco was a junior lawyer doing his will, because he was doing it for free, he got that painting in return. This painting is probably worth like 20 million pesos now. He said, Ka Cesar, how can you paint the painting with all these colors of shades of green if you yourself are colorblind? And this is what Ka Cesar said that I'm passing on to you, which is the color green, all the shades, that is beautiful. But you have to look within the colors inside yourself, and then the painting becomes even more beautiful. So with that, I want to ask you, thank you very much, I want to ask you to find the colors in yourself, whether it be mushy or colorful or drab. Use that as ingredients for a life that makes sense. And I hope this little talk and the questions and answers later will help you inspire a good life, avoid the mistakes I've made, and then share those best practices with everyone. So with that, maraming salamat po. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Quintin, for that mini masterclass in leadership.
Thank you so much. Very inspiring. Sir, may we invite you back here
yes,
on
perhaps,
stage and get comfortable on the
join,
couch?
Mr. Brian.
Yes, and Brian Paul Lewanzares once again, and of course our Manila Times moderator, senior reporter Christina Maralit, for a very engaging talk. Once again, of course, for all our students, if you have questions from our speakers, please feel free to approach the microphone. I mean, this is a great opportunity to learn from the best. Di ba, Defort?
Actually, yes. We noticed also that there are quite a number of people who did want to ask questions. So we encourage you to actually prepare yourselves near the microphone already. That way we can pick up the pace and make the most of the time that we have left.
All right, Christina, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Before I turn the floor to our students for their questions now, I would just like to pick the minds of our pogging speakers, our second batch of pogging speakers. Now, Sir Quentin, you mentioned earlier that leadership is a journey, and then Sir Brian, you said we must build a network of young leaders. And I'm sure that both of you have been on the ground and you've seen what's been going on in your country. What do you think are the factors or the hurdles that are holding back the Filipino youth from fully exploring their potential as future leaders of the country?
So for me, I think it's the initial fear of starting something. It's easier to just kind of tread along the path that has been laid before you, but it's scary to go off on an adventure. But the most memorable stories start from an adventure. A lot of people ask me if I have business experience because a big bunch of what I do is in startups and in business. I have zero business background. I'm a political science major. My master's is in climate science. My PhD is in public ad. Anything that I learned from business, I learned trial and error by making mistakes in business. Our portfolio now has about 32 different companies under it. But that portfolio under Pantheon Holdings did not start overnight. It was not 6 months to 1 year. It took 7 years to build that portfolio. And the 32 that are there are what's remaining from all the hardships and mistakes, all the broken friendships. But the point is, it was a scary journey. Now, the thing that I think most young people need is a mentor. It's not easy to find a good mentor, but a mentor will change your life. If you can find someone who can give you that direction and guidance, that's worth more than all the money that you can throw out there, because that experience and that guidance is something that you can't just get anywhere, right? So if you can, immediately after you graduate from school, the first thing, or even while you're in school, the first suggestion that I can give you, if you want to start down that path, is to find a good mentor. So there.
Mr. Continue.
Thanks. There's not much I can add, but I will build on the issue of the mentor. As you know, I was lucky to have great mentors like Senator Rocco, Alfred Barros, President Ramos. Those are people obviously we're lucky to have. But the most important mentors, and I can't say this enough, are the people who are right in front of you. It could be your father, your mother, your uncle, your professor who has experience that you don't have. Anybody who has more experience than you don't have, even me, if I were to become your mentor, I will tell you half the things you should not do. Avoid that. And then do the things you want to do. And then you cut down what they call the learning curve. The learning curve, which is like that, which is where the fear of the unknown comes from, gets flattened out. And you're able to learn without doing the hard way. And then you can find a way to innovate. Let's say, for example, one of you wants to build a new app that can help riders, something like Angkas or others, or can help solve a commuter's problem, or can help solve a student's problem because they have no access to internet. That's a good start. If you focus on solving problems, you will find the solution. It's not going to be, I want to have a startup that will earn 10 million pesos valuation in year one. That's a nice ambition, but 100 people will think about that. But out of the 100, as Brian has seen in your portfolio, and as we've seen in ours, is only 10 people, 10 founders will do well. And the 10 founders are the ones who are honest enough to think, I understand the problem because I felt it. I have the malasakit because I was a commuter. I had a learning disability. I had a problem accessing electricity to study at night. That's why my eyes are bad. Yung mga ganon, di ba? When you find those people and you become one of those people, then you have the courage to solve it. And when you solve it, all you have to do is find a community and a mentor to help you develop that. Get over the learning curve and then succeed. And that, I think, has been the success story for everybody. It's always been because they had a problem to solve.
Very well said, very insightful. Yeah. So I'm giving the floor now to our students for questions. Please state your name and your school.
Hello, I am Yana Manzano from Hope Christian High School and I'm an 8th grader. So this question is for Sir Quintin Pasrama. I know it is okay to give up, but you said that before you thought you were wasting your life. So what can we do if us students were also in that situation? I just want to ask for advices because sometimes us students are also in that situation.
Yeah, thank you very much for that really pointed question. It's easy to feel despondent, right? It's easy to feel like you want to give up. Not everything is the way it worked out for you. There'll be disappointments day on day. The way I look at myself is, you just drive outside. You want to have some empathy. You look at people who don't have what you have. That's the first step, right? You will drive outside your village or your apartment, and you're gonna see a lot of people who on the streets who don't have the education, don't have the money, don't have the healthcare, and you realize, I should feel lucky even if I have so many problems, because chances are in a country where 20 million plus people don't have access to resources, you will feel lucky. But that's only half. That's the negative part. The positive part is say, okay, I have this much. I'm from the middle class. I'm from lower middle class. It doesn't matter. I have more resources than that guy. How can I work with somebody who has the same problems I do, who has the same frustrations I do, and let's find the solution for that problem. And then when you're focused on the problem, you will get over yourself quickly. I mean, it's a very nasty thing to say, but I had my mentor tell me, just get over yourself, Quintin. Fix the problem and you'll do better. And when you're focused on these problems, you're going to create innovation and you're going to feel better about yourself. Like, for example, even the simple thing is exercising, right? If you feel sluggish and you don't force yourself to exercise, you're going to feel sluggish for the next few weeks, right? Then you're going to binge and all that stuff. I've had that also. But if you force yourself to do something, and the last thing I'm going to say is, don't wait to strike until the iron is hot. Don't wait to strike when the iron is hot, when you feel good and when you have the resources. You have to strike until the iron gets hot. And that is, to me, the grit that I think I would have enjoyed better if I had learned it sooner. And if you have that grit, you're going to be better than the top 10 schools in this country or the world. Thank you.
Thank you po, sir.
Good afternoon. So I'm not a student anymore, but I'm very interested to what Sir Brian was able to discuss this afternoon. We were able to attend a forum from, by the way, my name pala is Mr. Sherwin Kim Castaño from Army's Angels Integrated School Incorporated from Taguig. We were able to attend the forum for policymakers for it was discussed there by Dr. Mario Aurelio, and he was able to discuss the blue and green economy, wherein he was able to discuss the frameworks, and wherein it was an integration to a sustainable future, as what your book is all about. And I would like to ask, are there any pending bill with regards to utilizing the waste to energy system, since it can be very beneficial to a sustainable renewable energy? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that wonderful question. But to your question, there is a bill for the amendment of the law that specifically states that we cannot use incineration, because it's based more on a debate on whether pyrolysis is considered incineration, or if it's considered a different technology. No, and the reason why that amendment hasn't moved in the Senate or in Congress is because every time it goes up for a hearing, suddenly there will be groups that will rally against the Senate or against Congress. And they have every right to, but it's just a question of, what do you guys really want? So there are people who will then ask Congress, why didn't you pass this? Because we need to get moving on this already. And Congress will just say, well, we thought you guys didn't want it because there were people who were upset with us over it. And then when we do bring it back to the floor, because lobbying groups are saying, no, we want to put up a waste-to-energy plant in Quezon City. Let's get rid of those mountains of trash. Let's turn it into energy for the people. Let's lower the price of electricity. The minute we put it on the floor, people will come back and rally na naman. So at the end of the day, you have a split decision on the floor whether or not to pass this law, and you don't have a majority, and you can't pass it. So that's what's happening. So to your question, yes, it's there. To whether or not it's going to get passed, I don't know. Hopefully it does. Hopefully people decide whether or not they want it. So investors that would have invested in waste to energy can now invest in other things. They'll be like, okay, let's stop wasting time here because Congress decided they're never going to pass it. Let's now put our money into solar or hydro. But let's not put them in a situationship where they can't define the relationship between our government and their investment, right? So that's my stand.
Just a follow-up question with Sir Quintin. From your experience point of view, what should a leader possess? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I won't reinvent the wheel. The ones in resident leadership, they're classy. There's other terms for that, but I think I tend to find, especially in the Philippines, that the best ones, from my experience, are the ones with malasakit, right? If you start with that, then the other skills are, because if you have malasakit to yourself, you're gonna say, okay, maybe I don't have that skill, but I will be humble enough to know that I don't have it, and I'll learn it. But that's what happened to me. So I think if you go, for example, let me detract. If you go to the best design center in the world called IDEO, I think Brian has it. It's a Palo Alto, Stanford derived think tank that designs the best products around the world. The design thinking process is not, I'm going to make the product and then I'm going to market it. That's the typical engineering way of doing it. What they start with is empathy. It's funny that they start with empathy is what is the problem I'm trying to solve? And then they design the product around it. The same way you design your life around the pain point you want to solve. So my feeling is what's lacking in some of the leaders today is they're great, speakers, they have good educational backgrounds, good achievements, and they have a lot of followers. But I think it would be helpful in that position if the empathy was just as good, because then you'll be able to connect more the solutions and the problems. And if you don't have the solution, you'll be able to be humble enough to find somebody with the solutions. And that's, I think, the thing that's the number one quality today.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Candice and I am from Miriam College. And I just have a question for Mr. Brian. Since you mentioned about the climate vulnerability here in the Philippines, from your experience, what role does policymaking play in advancing the green agenda? And how can aspiring environmental planning students such as myself contribute to this process? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of climate vulnerability, what is being done or what can be done? For example, pending legislation. One is the Department of Disaster Resilience. Whenever there is a disaster, you have the DSWD, you have the DILG, you have so many different agencies that have to coordinate just to be able to help rebuild the community, right? Instead of just having one agency that's solely responsible for preparing the country every year for all these disasters and recovering post-disaster, right? So that's one piece of legislation. There's the Department of Water, which people have been trying to pass. There's so many different agencies, but at the end of the day, we only have 17 freshwater sources, major freshwater sources or dams across the country. And allocating that to irrigation, to household water use, etc., is a huge job, and it shouldn't be divided between several different agencies. We should recognize the fact that fresh water is a gigantic problem for the whole world. Yeah. And we actually don't lack fresh water. We have enough of it. We just don't manage it well. So that's that. Now, what can students do? And I think this is probably a good question to answer for everyone. You realize that most of the research about sustainability in the Philippines is actually done by other countries around the world looking at the Philippines and saying like, oh, this is what your energy portfolio looks like, or this is what disasters in the Philippines looks like. There's very few scholars or scholarly work that comes out of the Philippines talking about what can be done here and what best practices are from the Philippines. If you have a chance, if you could dedicate your thesis paper in the future, your dissertation, whatever you're going to publish on sustainability, on sustainable solutions, that's already a contribution in and of itself. Because you have to realize that unless the next generation sees this as a problem that needs to be solved and contributes to the wealth of knowledge that's available, then, we'll have a problem. That, and you could write for publications like the Manila Times and air out your concerns, thoughts, or ideas. And I know that the Manila Times has partnerships with schools, and they allow you to write about things. I suggest write about sustainability. Raise awareness, because that's the best thing you can do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelo Jordan Burden from PUP Taguig, and I have two questions. The first is, what are the qualities that you need to seek out in a good mentor?
Yeah, thanks. I think one thing I remember from the Buddhist tradition that applies to this one: if the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Right? That's the number one thing. So you typically will attract the ones you want. So that's important. So you can't rely fully on the mentor. It has to be a relationship that is almost equal, except for the fact that you're learning from them. So that's the first step. The second one is for the leader. It should be someone who embodies the values you want. At the end of the day, they have to have that empathy. They have to have that vision. They have to have which is that skill knowledge. But I think the leader and the mentor has the same requirement to be a good mentor. Otherwise, you'll be disappointed, right? Which is the empathy to be able to draw people together, to find solutions, and to be able to pass them forward. There are a lot of mentors who are great, but the best ones are the ones who have the empathy to seek you out when you're ready and to be able to share with you, be patient with you. And not only that, sorry, the last thing I was going to mention was that you can't have a mentor who's just always soft and praising you with glittering generalities and very much, like these participation award type things. You can't have that. The world is tough. So you have to have a mentor who is also strict. Yung what you call cariño brutal, tough love, right? That was Senator Rocco to me. And, I learned so much more in the crucible of his expectations and temper than I did from a boss who was like, whatever you want to do, you want to do. So find someone who has the strictness and the empathy. That balance of strictness and empathy is your best bet.
Okay. For my second question is that this is about the waste management and sustainable energy production. There are other countries who have applied a different methods, such as Singapore, who uses their wastes as their landfills to increase their land area. And there is one solution that I am really interested is the solution of Denmark, which is called the green slope, in which they have incinerated their wastes in a man-made slope, skiing mountain, in which this waste incineration is also used to power their homes and as well as to heat the waters within a 160 miles radius. And with that, if your concern is about the emission of this waste production, the smoke that is coming from this green slope is filtered out. The chemicals from this incineration is filtered out. And with that, my question is, do you think it is possible for the Philippines to apply this kind of solution in our waste management as well as to give a solution for the sustainable energy production?
Well, I'm glad you did your research. In terms of the green slope that you mentioned, to be honest with you, I've only seen it on TikTok. So I have to do more research on that. But definitely, it's something that we can explore. No, it's not a static issue. It's continually evolving. In fact, the technology that we've been debating about for waste to energy has completely changed in Europe, just as you mentioned. So yes, that's maybe something that we can explore. Hey, if we can start building structures in the West Philippine Sea and claim more territory there, I don't think we're gonna mind if it's a waste to energy plant providing energy as long as we can build out there. But my point is, we shouldn't stop exploring the options. I think that's something that's great and that we can bring up definitely in Congress. But to your point, and look at that, guys. He's making a suggestion, right? I'm listening to that suggestion. Hopefully, maybe one day, we'll be able to see a solution along those lines, right? But that's exactly the relationship that we should have with the young people of today. Research as much as you can, give it to people in position who can do something about it, and then hopefully they will. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon po. I'm Jeremiah from NUMOA. I have question lang po for Sir Brian. No? We all know that everyone can be a leader in different and small ways po. No? But how about those young ones or those youth who want to enter politics to reach more people or to help more community po? No? I mean, how can you encourage them? I mean, no, those youth po na who don't have financial capabilities po, how can you encourage them or give them tips po to enter politics po, knowing that entering politics you need resources, you need connection, and most especially money?
I think that the number one thing people have to realize is hindi lang siya elected position. No. I've seen a lot of politicians rise through the ranks through executive or going into a department, applying for a job, kahit starting out as a legislative staff. Even myself, you know how we were talking about the people who want to be CEO, well, in my case, chief of staff, in 6 months to 1 year. I started, my very first role in government was as a intern at Senator Escudero's office. And I literally walked into the office, not even his main office. Senator Escudero threw me to his satellite office in Quezon City. And when I got in, I met these two guys and they were standing there with their Yossi and they're like, "Oh, Brian, anong gusto mong gawin dito?" And I was like, kung anong kailangan niyo po. And then he was like, no, you just tell us and then yun na lang yung internship mo. A lot of the times, young people, it's up to you what you make of your situation and opportunity. I could have said, sige, dito na lang ako, I'll just type some stuff tapos fill in my hours. But I said, sige po. What I did with that was I ended up drafting all the research that he needed for the Students' Rights and Welfare Bill, right? I didn't have to, but I joined the coalition. I went around to the different universities. I gathered research testimonies from students and teachers. It's up to you what you do with your position, and it doesn't always have to be elected. In fact, it's the people who aren't elected that are carrying the country. You don't see the thousands of government employees that aren't elected officials that are doing the work. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing here today if it weren't for my colleagues. They're the real heroes. And they're the ones that I grew up working in the Senate with. No? And that's why for me, I'm happy to be behind the scenes as chief of staff for my mom. And yes, I know politics takes money, no? But it doesn't take much to write an application and apply to a government office. Because I'll give you a really good example. The current DBM secretary now was not an elected official. She never was. She was always the staff of a senator, of a secretary, and eventually she rose to the rank of DBM secretary because of merit, because she had spent her time. And she became the first woman DBM secretary and the first Muslim DBM secretary. That is the type of statesman or stateswoman that we need. And that did not cost a centavo. So there.
Thank you very much.
Can I just make say it lang, Brian, just a great example, and I just want to share my personal example quickly, which is, Senator Rocco, he passed away after a long battle with illness. I got to see him before I went to grad school, and I said, Senator, I'm going to run kasi they're going to create this new district in Aklan, where we're from. We don't have much money, but can I get your support? And he said, clear, even if he was not well, he said, maybe being a politician is not for you. But you can be a public servant by being a technocrat, and that's what Brian was talking about. You can be the smartest guy in the room and the most knowledgeable in one specific subject matter expertise, and then you can rise to the ranks of the bureaucracy. Or, just like with this administration, there's a private sector advisory council. You can do well in the private sector and still be a technocrat and offer your advice to the government, which is now reaching out to private sector, like the business community and scientists and the academe, to give. And that is public service, not necessarily politics in general, right? So I think, so the last words of Senator Octoby is, don't be a politician, be a technocrat, look at the energy sector, that's where we need help, find that pain point, solve it. I'm repeating the same thing from 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and that does serve me well. Because I didn't have to run for public office, and now we're helping shape energy policy, we're helping the communities, and it's just as fulfilling. Plus, you get the benefits of having your private life, because as a senator, right, I mean, you're always exposed to all these things, and you have to be a strong person to do that. Some of us are very introverted, so we're better off in the background also. So that might be a good fit for what you want and still be in public service.
Thank you very much.
We're down to our last 5-10 minutes. So
Good afternoon po. I am Nicole Garcia from Emilio Aguinaldo College, and my question is, as leaders, it is normal for us to face criticisms and negative feedbacks. And oftentimes in this generation, we are often told when you're young, people assume you know nothing, and even if you speak up, your opinion is underestimated. So as in our journey to our leadership, what action should we take if in facing this type in facing these types of feedbacks?
Okay, so I'll take this real quick because I'm usually the youngest in the room. That's always my problem. I'm the youngest in my room. I don't want to overstep, also out of respect to the other people who are there. But at the same time, sometimes I feel like I'm not heard. So I completely understand where you're coming from. But patience, I think, is the most important thing. In our generation, I think that the patience aspect is slowly dwindling. A lot of people feel disheartened when they're not listened to right away. But I'll give you the best advice that I got from Senator Escudero. During the 2019 elections, I was campaign manager for my mom. Not because I was supposed to be campaign manager, but because our campaign manager had to leave due to personal issues. So I was promoted. And I was so frustrated because I understood campaigns from a different perspective. I'm a different generation, just like you guys. Different generation. I focused more on social media and marketing and digital, whereas my mom was more focused on grassroots, going out, and shaking hands, pressing the flesh. So I would get very frustrated. And one day, Senator Escudero pulled me aside and said, Brian, I know you feel like you know the answer to everything. And that's okay, because your generation knows quite a bit. But you have to have faith that the people who are there, who are more senior than you, have wisdom. No. That, yes, we have knowledge, but knowledge does not become wisdom without experience. So there are certain things that make them the leaders, the seniors, that we should listen to. And don't be discouraged. That's what he told me. Don't be discouraged when your mom doesn't take your advice. She hears it, but it doesn't mean that that will be the best choice. And you have to have faith that the decision that your mentor or that your leader or your senior will make is the right choice. Because one day, you will be in that position. You will be the leader, and you will hope that the younger people under you will follow the decisions because you've been in their shoes and you know what the right decisions to make are, right? So patience. And your chance to shine will be there. I mean, I was entrusted at the start of the campaign. You know that my mom refused to call me her campaign manager for the first 2 months. She kept saying, oh no, my son's just OIC. Like, he's not really my campaign manager. Because she wanted someone more senior to be in that position. But eventually, I earned her trust by just being ready and available so that when the opportunity arises, I can shine, right? So just wait for that chance and don't lose hope.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, I'm Jenny Merida from Emilio Aguinaldo College, Manila. Even with the SGDs or the Sustainable Development Goals, there are still instances where progressive development brings about that goes against the SGD itself. My question is, what are the possible approaches to this matter that increase sustainability parallel to progress?
Yeah, I think you just have to look at the SDGs as a toolkit, right? You can't do all, right? I mean, otherwise, it'd be very easy. Otherwise, we would be under 1.5 degrees already, and the world would be fine. So I think the best thing to look at is pick an SDG, right? That you think is reachable from your skill set or your community skill set or your access. For us, it was energy because that was the pain point. Inflation rate is right, what, 3-4% now. Energy costs are going beyond that because we can't control what's happening in Ukraine or Israel or whatnot. So if you look at that, they're like, oh, this is a place I can make a difference in because the pain point is getting bigger and bigger. So I'll choose that. Now, whether or not it conflicts with the others, it will all work itself out. Like, for example, I think incineration is one thing. You know, the idea about battery storage, how will you dispose of the batteries after 10 years, right? The key thing is to start somewhere and remember how to solve that problem later, because inaction, the price of inaction is bigger than the price of a compromised action where you don't know what the trade-offs are. But in the process, as Brian was mentioning, there's a trial by error thing, or what the Bangko Sentral, even the Bangko Sentral does it. They have a sandbox approach. They try and error. Don't make the fear of the trade-off stop you from acting. So find the pain point, solve it, correct the problem along the way, and then you'll find out, like for example in our case, one key example, I'll close with that, is that apparently the Department of Agriculture Reform, Agrarian Reform, has to convert a piece of land before it becomes a solar farm. That's the case. So that's why those big solar farms have to have a trade-off for food security. But guess what? In Palawan, we found a solution. Because the Puerto Princesa local government, other than Mayor Hagedorn, God bless his soul, and Mayor Byron, don't want to convert land because they want to make sure it's still green and has food. So we worked on a compromise with the Department of Agrarian Reform to make two sustainable development goals work. Absence of hunger and then energy security. You know what we're doing? We're planting crops that don't grow beyond 1 foot. So that's cassava, ube, sile, right? Cabbages, underneath the panels. So DAR doesn't have to convert it. So we've solved the problem for the bigger solar plants, saying, why don't you do with this? You don't have to convert it. You don't have to take 1 more year. The food security is there, and you don't have to trade off food security versus energy security. So try to find out, but we had to start somewhere, right? And when we started, we solved the problem along the way.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're down to our last 2 questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Diana B. Eslava from Army's Angels Integrated School. My question is directed to Mr. Pastrana, pero kung gusto niyo po, Sir Brian, pwede niyo sagutin. What is your definition of leadership and how was it formed or has it transformed po? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to borrow a line I did for San Agustin because I actually did their anniversary. I was a graduation speaker like 2 years ago before the pandemic. And basically, what has changed is what I define leadership now. Before it used to be, I want to become president of the Republic of the Philippines. Everybody wants that at grade 6 or 7, right? Everybody wants that. I want to become the bank president or CEO of an advertising company because my dad was in advertising. Those things are okay to have. But I think that has to change. And what changed for me is like, I think I have to find a way to solve the fact that when I went to my home province in Boracay, that the island had so many brownouts, or that, and I went to Kalinga where I used to work all before. That a lot of our katutubo who have a lot of wisdom don't have access to the modern educational system. How do we solve that? Maybe libraries, maybe tutorials. So instead of saying I want to become the one to solve their problems, no, I want to understand the problem and I want to solve it. That's the leadership thing, because there's a lot of humility to say I don't know what the answer is. And I'm not going to put my ego of my ambition of being the president one day, of making that the driving force. The driving force is what keeps me up at night, what bothers me, how do I solve it? That's the leadership journey. And you'll find that when you start and end with that journey, you're going to help more people. And people will like you more also after. So that's by your definition.
Just really quickly, you know that saying, a good leader doesn't make followers, they make other leaders? So I love that. Up until the point I realized that if everyone's a leader, then what's happening, right? Everyone will just go off in their own direction and do their own thing. So I love that. Definitely build more people to lead in their communities, etc. But for me, a real leader is someone who makes opportunities. No? I think that's the essence of that saying. Because even if they're still your followers and you're going in a direction, your job as a leader is to make opportunities for everyone, right? So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you po.
And our last question for the day.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Nadine Kia and I am also from Army's Angels Integrated School. As a president po sa section po namin, sometimes I get burnt out po sa lahat po ng responsibilities and obligations po. And what are your advices to other leaders or such as myself na nababurnt out po sa lahat po ng responsibilities po na natatanggap po namin?
Okay, I'll start this. I feel your pain. Burnout is a real thing. Anyone who is a leader will feel that. And if you're not feeling it and you're a leader, there's something wrong. But the way to avoid it is to trust other people. You have to learn to delegate. You have to open yourself up to the thoughts and ideas of others and work together with them. Because when I'm burning out, it's because I'm trying to micromanage too many things. I'm only able to maintain my business portfolio, work in the Senate, and have all these advocacies on the side because I have good teams and colleagues that help me with these things. And it's very important for you as a leader to learn how to treat people equally. No. And I think that's a wonderful thing that's coming out from our new generation, is that we're learning to kind of flatten a lot of organizations and like listen and collaborate more with people and treat people more as partners. And in that way, you'll be able to lessen the stress and burden on yourself and hopefully build towards a solution faster, right? To whatever those problems are. That and chill. I mean, are you in high school?
Senior high student po, grade 12 po.
You're in senior high school. Okay, so when I was in high school, I was doing the same thing. I was captain of the fencing team, captain of the debate team. I was doing all sorts of stuff, and I was always tired and burning out, right? And the thing is, when I look back on it, why was I stressing out so much? Like, they're important to you now, and do your best. But don't reach a point where you're anxiety, depressed, and all these other things, because honestly, you're gonna have bigger problems, bigger fish to fry in the future. And if you stumble now, who's gonna solve those problems later, right? So take a break, breathe a bit, get your 8 hours of sleep, and you'll be okay.
Thanks. I just wanted to build on what Brian was saying. Great answers, and it's the same thing. I think when you look at the sayings that I've grown up hearing from mentors, it's not what you know, it's who's on your team. So you have to surround yourself with the good people who have your back, who will take care of you. Say, oh, you're working too hard, chill muna, enjoy yourself. Let's balance this out, right? Secondly, the self-care concept. Self-care is important. So whether or not you exercise 2 to 3 times a week, or you go out to nature, there's so much you can see outside the city, or even here in Manila, you can just go to Arroceros Park where we play arnis every now and then. You need to just balance that out, because the way I look at it, as Brian mentioned, you can be as intense as you can, but if you burn out quickly, who's going to take care of the rest of your life or the rest of your generation's life? So think about it as a marathon. You have to sustain your energy to when it counts. And that's why I think, as much as a lot of us think that being a leader or a nerd or whatever it is, you also have to learn to play sports. I can tell you why. I'm late in the sports game, but I now do jiu-jitsu, I do tennis, and I used to play football. It's important to be able to have a sense of play, because you can work your strategies in your head without losing something important because it's only a game. So the gamification, that's your generation's term, the gamification of life, you can start with sports and then you can apply it in life. Because if you keep applying it in your life, you'll burn out, and sayang naman, all your talents are going to be needed more in your 30s and 40s and 50s when you become Senate President, or you want to bank president, or you become the principal of your high school. So that's self-care, important.
Thank you so much, Bo.
Sorry, I'm just going to chime in real quick. If you don't believe me about, trusting other people and kind of splitting the burden between people, I'll give you a really good example. With me here is my team today. Gian in the corner there, he's my executive assistant. So he helps me a lot. Like on a daily basis, that guy's probably more stressed than most people I know. I'm so sorry, Gian. Ira over here, she has been with our team documenting every step of every campaign since God knows when. And she has not given up on me or my mom, thank God. But a lot of our wonderful media comes from her. And of course, we have Dan here. Dan's our newest. So Dan has been helping me relate with you guys a little better. He's been helping teach me more about TikTok and what the trends are and everything. As you can see, he's holding the phone and taking some video. And that's for all the people who can't make it here today, right? And Leia is our advance. She's the poly officer who is here before anyone else to to make sure that everything was going according to plan. You're asking me how I don't burn out? It's these guys. So if you could all give them a round of applause, make them feel appreciated. They don't get this all the time, so thank you guys.
Thank you so much po ulit.
And I'm sure our students would still want to hear a lot more from our speakers, but unfortunately, we have to end our session at this point. But before we wrap up, maybe parting words from Sir Quintin and Sir Brian.
Parting words, guys, if it scares you, do it. I mean, honestly, you guys are young enough to make a mistake. If there's a job that you want to go for and it doesn't work out, don't feel bad. If there's a program in school you want to go for it. And if it doesn't work out, change your program, go to another course. It's fine. And I think that's something that you guys need to realize, because it's important to do what you want to do, be willing to make the mistakes to get to where you want to be. Because if you don't, then you're never going to get to reach those dreams. And the worst thing that could possibly happen to you is to look back on your life and say, what if? That's the worst. So guys, let's avoid the what if and do our dreams.
Yeah, I mean, one of my mentors, a great professor, used to say, the best way towards something is away from it. You can do that with your life. You are just starting out in life. And even those who you are professors and teachers, there's always a time to start again. And at the end of the day, if you don't have that sense of adventure, as Brian was alluding to, you're not going to be able to know yourself. And the best way outside it is where your comfort, the magic is always outside your comfort zone. That's what they keep saying, right? So be adventurous. You have time. You can gamify it and then apply it to real life when it counts. You have a long way ahead. This country needs you. Thank you very much for your attention.
And again, how about a round of applause for Sir Quintin and Sir Brian? Thank you so much.
And I think everyone here deserves a round of applause for themselves. You've been an amazing audience.
And very, very interesting questions as well.
And for now, we'd like to give our thanks to our speakers. We invite our President and COO back on stage, Ms. Blanca Mercado. And may we also invite our Vice President for Sales and Marketing, Ms. Roda Zabat.
All right, with this Blake and this token, our chairman and CEO and our vice president, thank you for rounding off and completing our talks on student empowerment. Thank you, Time Master Watch's founder and CEO and Senator Grace Poe's Chief of Staff, Brian Poe Llamanzares, and We Energy Power Pilipinas Incorporated President Quintin Jose Pastrana. Maraming salamat. The Manila Times thanks you and all our speakers for making our Student Empowerment Forum a truly transformative experience. Another round of applause for our speakers, please.
And we're also grateful to all of you, the students and our guests, for being part of the conversation in the Manila Times Student Empowerment Forum. Stand up, speak up, and move up. Thank you very much, and have a great day ahead.
year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say,
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.
for all to see. Light up your Christmas with giant trees, dancing bright lights, Yuletide balls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Let's bring out our lists and come to buy our gifts. Here at SM Malls, Christmas can't get better than this. It's the happiest mall to be, perfect for all, for you and for me. Joyful season, one and all. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls. Celebrate Christmas at SM Malls.
It's the gathering star of Sheraton Manila Bay that will shine brightly in the Marriott constellation as we eagerly await the illumination of our exceptional 15-feet Sheraton tree.
Christmas is always the time we look forward to. This season, join and let's create together this meaningful celebration filled with joy, shared moments at Sheraton Manila Bay where gathering and stories come alive. Maligayan Pasko to all of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maligayang Pasko Instalasyon, everyone!
I join you, the Sheraton family, with much excitement in lighting your Christmas tree. May the blessing of the Christmas of peace, harmony, and joy and love be with all of us.
We are excited to officially announce the opening of the holiday season here at the World's Gathering Place at the heart of Manila, Sheraton Manila Bay.
Merry Christmas! Maligayang Maligayang
Constellation.
Merry Christmas from Sheraton Manila Bay!
Sign up for a year for only 80 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/premium to get your free trial of the Manila Times Premium.
Entering Mapua was quite, I would say, daunting. I'm a competitive person, so I wanted to be somewhere competitive as well. Mapua built me to be ready to be anywhere I want to be.